Midwest under a category called the Best Children's Hospitals ranking. Stead Family Children's Hospital has appeared in rankings every year since the U.S. News and World Report launched these indexes in 2007. These rankings reflect more than numbers. They represent the hospital's commitment to high quality, compassionate, and innovative care. Stead is home. Stead is home to Iowa's only level 12 neonatal intensive care unit and level 1 pediatric trauma center, offering the highest levels of critical and emergency care. In 2020, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put this in the record.
Ms. Osterbrooks. President.
Republican leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Thank you. Mr. President, we're now in day 29 of the Democrat government shutdown. And I say that because it is a Democrat shutdown. Now, the Democrats are out there publicly saying, well, this is the Republicans who are responsible for shutting down the government, notwithstanding the fact that the House of Representatives has passed a bill sitting right here that with 5 more Democrats, we could pick up and pass, put on the president's desk, he would sign it into law, and the government would reopen. Those are the simple facts. Those are indisputable facts. Now, what it suggests to me, however, when they say that it's the Republicans' fault or somehow the Republicans are responsible for shutting the government down, it really defies facts. It defies history. It defies reality. Because as everybody who's been around here knows, we have now voted 13 times. 13 times on that bill sitting at the desk that would open up the government, put everybody back to work, and all the pain that is being caused by the American people would go away. 13 times we've had that vote. Now, interestingly enough, that matches the number of times the Democrats passed a clean CR when they had the majority. The last 4 years under President Biden, 13 different occasions, they voted for a clean continuing resolution to fund the government. And at the time, they talked about how terrible it is that, the government should be taken hostage and you have a dispute over other issues. You had tons of statements. I mean, I could spend all day just repeating the statements that Democrats made over and over and over again about the importance of funding the government and not taking it hostage to discuss other issues. The record is replete with statements like that coming out of the Democrats. So 13 times they have voted against funding the government right here. 13 times while they were in the majority, they voted for a clean continuing resolution. Now explain that logic to the American people, who are the ones that are experiencing the pain and the consequence of their shutdown. I think the American people understand what's going on here. We consistently see that, and so much so that you even have the organizations, the unions around the country have come out now. You got the American Federation of Government Employees, you got the Teamsters, you got at least part of the Air Traffic Controllers Union, all have endorsed a clean funding resolution. That to me suggests that the American people, it is resonating with them about who's responsible for this government shutdown. But don't take my word for who it is. Take the Democrats' own words. If you look at what's been said by some of the Democrat leadership here, just in the last few days since the government actually shut down, that, of course, is the Democrat leader, Senator Schumer, who said every day gets better for us, commenting about the government shutdown. And my simple observation is, better for who? For you? Because you think you're winning politically? What about the air traffic controllers? What about the TSA agents? What about the American troops? What about our Border Patrol agents? What about the people who work in this building? What about the 40 million Americans that are going to not get SNAP benefits starting on Saturday if the government doesn't open up? But every day gets better, according to Senator Schumer. And then, of course, this last week, there was the House Democrat whip who said, of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. Of course, there are families that are going to suffer. Yeah, true. But doesn't matter, because we got leverage. Then, of course, we have a third one here, one of our colleagues here in the Senate, the senator from Delaware, who said this in an interview: frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. and although a very unpleasant tool to use. Yeah, it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant unless you're a Democrat who thinks that this gives you a moment of leverage. So, lest there be any question about who is responsible for shutting the government down, make no mistake about it. These guys are the ones who are out there bragging about it getting better for us every single day. Or we have more leverage now. Mr. President, this has gone on long enough. We've made it abundantly clear that this is not about what the Democrats say it's about. It's about the President in the White House. This is TDS. This is Trump derangement syndrome on steroids. And they are asking the American people to pay the price for that. 13 times when Biden was president, they had no issues with funding the federal government with a clean CR. Now we bring a clean, nonpartisan CR, no partisan riders, no policies, Republican policies attached, just funds the government. Comes over from the House a month ago now. We put it here just asking a handful of Democrats to join us because, as we know, it takes 60 in the Senate. And I think most people understand that. I mean, they're trying to ignore the fact now that the Republicans have control of Washington. They have the House, the Senate, and the White House. Anybody who follows this knows that in the United States Senate, the rules, the procedures in the Senate by which we operate and are governed require a 60-vote threshold. So it takes more than 51, meaning, since we have 53 Republicans, it's going to take a handful of Democrats. Well, we've been able to generate 55 votes consistently now, 13 different times, for funding the government, opening up the government, but we need 5 more. So the question is, are there 5 people over there with a backbone, 5 courageous Democrats, 5 Democrats who don't buy this, who don't believe that they ought to be using the American people as leverage, try and win a political battle? Are there 5 Democrats over there who believe that we ought to do what's in the best interest of the American people, the best interests of the air traffic controllers and the TSA agents, and the men and women in uniform, and the SNAP recipients that starting on Saturday are going to go without food assistance? This is not a game. You're playing with real people's lives. Now, in the Washington world, in the political world, they may think that they are winning this debate because it gives them leverage. But in the real world, where real people live, people are hurting. People here aren't getting paid. Federal workers aren't getting paid. As of Friday, last paycheck. Air traffic controllers, paychecks started going away yesterday. So, I'm still hopeful. I remain hopeful that there are enough sane Democrats who are not so afflicted with Trump derangement syndrome, because that is what this is about, fundamentally. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. This is about Trump derangement syndrome. And it has broken out over here in a way unlike anything I've seen in my time here. Disagree with the president, that's fine. Come down here, make statements, cast votes. Don't take the American people hostage and make them pay the price because you think that every day this is getting better for us. Now, Mr. President, the Democrat leader was on the floor yesterday morning claiming that once again Republicans don't want to talk about fixing health care. And let me just say, Mr. President, for the 1,282nd time, that Republicans are more than happy to have a discussion about health care. We should have a discussion about health care because Democrats' signature health care law has done exactly nothing to address the problem of rising health care costs. We were promised, of course, that it would. We were, in fact, promised that Democrats' signature law would fix our entire health care system. This is a quote. An historic bill that will finally reform our broken healthcare system and help millions of families and small businesses get the coverage they need at a price they can afford, end quote. That from the senior Democrat senator from Washington, speaking of Obamacare back in 2009. Or to quote President Obama himself, this law will cut costs and make coverage more affordable for families and small businesses, end quote. Cut costs and make coverage more affordable for families and small businesses. Except, of course, it didn't. And what has been very striking about the last few weeks is the Democrats are at least now admitting that. Oh yeah, they're saying it, they're not saying it straight out, but every time they talk about Americans facing a healthcare crisis, they are admitting that their signature healthcare law failed, that it did not address the problem of high healthcare costs, that it did not make healthcare more affordable for hardworking Americans. Now, Mr. President, I could go down the list of Obamacare's broken promises. If you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. If you like your doctor, you can keep him or her. Not true. Premium costs will go down. Not true. Exactly the opposite. You look at since 2013 to today, what premium costs have done in the individual marketplace on the exchanges, it is a line like this. So suffice it to say, as Democrats are now implicitly admitting that Obamacare massively failed in its aims, Democrats, of course, now want to put a Band-Aid on a gaping wound by extending the Biden COVID bonuses. But of course, extending those credits will do nothing to fix the underlying problem, which is that healthcare costs will continue to spiral under Obamacare. Throwing $350 billion in taxpayer dollars at the problem in the form of enhanced tax credits will do nothing to stop Obamacare premiums from going up by double digits, because that is what they have been doing. And it will do nothing to improve health care for the majority of Americans who are not on Obamacare health plans, like our seniors, our most vulnerable citizens, and those who get their coverage through their employer. Mr. President, while Democrats are, shall we say, shaky on the facts when it comes to their dramatic health care speeches, while Obamacare premiums are increasing, the median plan premium is not, in fact, going to double next year. It is absolutely true that Democrats have created real health care problems. And as I've said more times than I can count, Republicans are ready and willing to have a discussion about those problems and about how we lower costs for hardworking Americans. We are, in fact, eager to have that discussion. The President is willing to have Democrats over to discuss it next week if they vote to reopen the government. Because in the words of the Democrat leader back in 2013, we are not going to negotiate with a gun to our heads. That's what he said. This is a serious matter. And I know Democrats think you can solve any problem simply by throwing billions of taxpayer dollars at it. The record's pretty clear on that. But you can't. Genuine remedies for the problem of soaring health care costs are not going to be arrived at with a brief late-night session behind closed doors in the Democrat leader's office. We need extended, serious bipartisan work with input from all senators. And we need Democrats to reopen the government so that work can start. Republicans are brimming over with health care ideas, from cost-sharing reductions to actually lower health care or health plan costs, I should say, to association health plans, to ways to stop Obamacare's spiral of enriching insurers at the expense of everyday Americans. In fact, we already took steps to make health care more affordable and accessible when we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill this summer, which expanded health savings accounts and telehealth for Americans, to say nothing of investing heavily in rural health care and ensuring that our health care entitlement programs are focused on those most in need. So I say, we are looking forward to having a real discussion with Democrats. But to quote another Democrat senator, the junior Democrat from Connecticut, there is a time and a place to debate health care, just like there is a time and a place to debate energy policy and immigration and education, but not when the funding of the federal government and all the lives that are impacted by it hang in the balance, end quote. Mr. President, there are a lot of Americans suffering right now because of the Democrats' month-long shutdown. And the suffering increases every day. It's time. It's past time for Democrats to reopen the government. And once they do, Republicans look forward to having some serious discussions about how to address rising health care costs and the failures of the Democrats' signature health care law. Now, Mr. President, before I close, I'd like to mention a bill that Democrats are reportedly going to attempt to move by unanimous consent today. And I would just say that after a month of steadily increasing pain, thanks to the Democrats' shutdown, Democrats have apparently woken up to the fact that in 3 days, they're going to be responsible for SNAP recipients starting to go without food stamps. So what are Democrats doing? Are they making plans to end their shutdown and reopen the government? Nope. They're going to propose a bill to fund food stamps during their shutdown. That's right. Democrats don't want the bad press of hungry Americans. But they're also apparently unwilling to even contemplate ending their month-long shutdown. So they're trying to insulate themselves with this bill. Mr. President, do you know what's not in this bill? Paychecks for our troops. Paychecks for law enforcement officers and federal firefighters. Paychecks for air traffic controllers. Paychecks for other government workers. Funding for rental and housing assistance. Funding for small business loan programs. Funding for farm loan programs. Funding for tribal programs. Funding for Head Start. Funding for rural development programs. Funding for National Guard training. Funding for telehealth services. Shall I go on? Because I'm happy to. Every one of those programs I've mentioned has either run out of money, is running out of money, or is otherwise in jeopardy because of the Democrats' government shutdown. And the Democrats' bill would do nothing to support even one of those programs. Thanks to Democrats, federal workers are lining up at food banks. The Democrats' bill is certainly not going to help them as they struggle to pay the rent, or the electric bill, or make their car payment. Mr. President, enough is enough. This bill is a cynical attempt to provide political cover for Democrats to allow them to carry on their government shutdown even longer. And we're not going to let them pick winners and losers. It's time to fund everybody. And the bill sitting at the desk right there does that. We just need 5 brave Democrats. If Democrats really want to fund SNAP and WIC, we have a bill for them. A clean, nonpartisan CR to fund SNAP, WIC, and the entire federal government. Or we could pass the agricultural appropriations bill the Democrats have been resisting behind closed doors. That would fund SNAP, WIC, and our farm and conservation programs, not to mention ensuring salaries for the people who inspect our food and support our farmers. I'm happy to bring that up right now. Mr. President, Democrats have spent a month now, playing with people's livelihoods because the far left wing of their party won't let them accept a clean, nonpartisan CR. Enough is enough. We're not giving Democrats political cover. If they want to prevent damage from their shutdown, then they can end their shutdown. The bill's right there at the desk. And I will call a vote the minute Democrats tell me they have enough votes to fund the government. Ball's really in their court, Mr. President. Is this what you want the American people to think? That you're willing to give them enormous amounts of pain and adverse consequence so that you can gain leverage, political leverage. Time to end it, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
Mr. President, we are just 3 days away from open enrollment and 3 days away from the biggest health care crisis America has seen in a generation. Right now, millions of Americans, at this moment, all day today, millions of Americans are getting sticker shock as the so-called window shopping period has begun. Americans' families, as they window shop, are seeing that due to Republican obstruction, they will end up having to pay tens of thousands of dollars more each year for health care, seeing their premiums triple, quadruple, or more, just to afford a basic need like health insurance. And what is Donald Trump doing? He's ignoring one colossal health care crisis while manufacturing another, a hunger crisis. In a matter of days, SNAP benefits will run out for 42 million Americans, and let's be very clear, this does not need to happen. This is on Donald Trump's shoulders. He can immediately provide SNAP benefits, as every president has done in the past. Every single president was not so cruel and heartless to hold those hungry children, hungry elderly, hungry veterans as hostages. But Donald Trump, who is a cold, heartless individual, only advancing himself, is doing it for the first time in American history. Never before in American history, not once under a Democratic president or Republican president, has SNAP funding lapsed during a shutdown. Not even in 2019 during Trump's last shutdown. In fact, Trump himself funded SNAP throughout that shutdown. So this argument that he can't do it, that he doesn't have the money, that it's not legal, is just bull. Self-serving, nasty, vicious bull. To try and take the most needy people in our society who don't have food right now. It could be a middle-class person who lost a job. Could be an elderly person who has health care costs. And he's saying, the hell with you. I need you to be my hostage for political purposes because I don't want to provide health care for the American people. Just weeks ago, Trump's own U.S. Department of Agriculture confirmed in writing that contingency funds, about $6 billion in emergency reserves, were available to, quote, fund participant benefits. That's not Democrats saying it. That is the Republican-appointed U.S. Department of Agriculture saying again, $6 billion in emergency reserves were, quote, available to fund participant benefits. But then suddenly, after USDA said it, Trump ordered the Department of Agriculture to rip up the contingency plan, literally delete it from their website, the big lie that they can't do it, and told them not to use emergency funds. No explanation, no justification, just plain cruelty from a man who only serves himself. Donald Trump is picking politics over the lives of hungry kids. He is weaponizing hunger, turning millions of children, seniors, and veterans into political pawns to score points in a shutdown fight. Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. And that's why he doesn't care about cutting off food aid to hungry kids. And of course, what he's doing is totally unprecedented. Let's not forget who it affects. 2/3 of SNAP recipients are children, seniors, or people with disabilities. That's who Trump is cutting off. Kids who rely on school meals, seniors on fixed incomes, veterans trying to get by. That's why every single president in history continued SNAP benefits during a shutdown. Instead, what does Trump do? He's focused on $40 billion to bail out Argentina, rather than how to keep SNAP benefits flowing for Americans here at home. And don't give me the lie that this can't be done legally. Every single president, Republican, Democrat, and Trump himself in 2016 has used these funds during shutdowns to keep SNAP running. Trump's own administration asserted that these emergency funds could be used to keep SNAP benefits flowing in a shutdown, and the Government Accountability Office, that's nonpartisan, confirmed it. The USDA can also use the same transfer authority they used to keep WIC afloat in October to move money over to SNAP for November. To claim otherwise is a bald lie. Republicans are on a crusade to kill SNAP. They tried to do it in their big, beautiful bill. They don't like funding hungry children. They say to the most needy in society, we don't give a damn about you. In fact, we'll use you as political pawns. Trump and Republicans spent their entire summer slashing SNAP by a historic $200 billion. Why? To pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Now they're doubling down, using the shutdown to further devastate families and leave kids hungry. But Democrats will not stand by while Trump manufactures a hunger crisis. We're ready to work in whatever way to solve this issue. There's a bill right now from Senator Hawley, a Republican, a conservative Republican, that could ensure SNAP is funded. It has Republican and Democratic support. It's a bill I'd happily support and vote for. And as soon as Thune would let Hawley put it on the House floor, it will pass, plain and simple. But that's not the only option, of course. This week, Senate Democrats, led by my friend Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, will introduce legislation to fully fund SNAP and WIC, going better than Hawley's bill, to protect hungry kids, pregnant women, veterans, working parents. The bill is simple, it's moral, it's urgent, and ask John Thune why he won't put it on the floor. He decries the fact that SNAP benefits are cut off. He knows the money is available. He knows there's broad Republican support for it, and he doesn't put it on the floor. He's afraid of Trump. That's it. He knows better. We Democrats are ready to act. We will push to pass the Lujan bill. We will vote for the Hawley bill if Thune does the right thing and puts it on the floor before the weekend, before families lose their benefits, before holidays turn into a hunger crisis. We are ready to act. We're ready to work with anyone, Republicans or Democrats, who is willing to stop this cruelty. But Senate Republicans, especially Leader Thune, have to find the courage to stand up to Trump. Right now, they're frozen, paralyzed by fear, by cynicism, while millions of Americans wonder how they'll feed their families. So I say to my Republican colleagues, don't block the Hawley bill. Put it on the floor, Senator Thune. Don't block the Lujan bill, which goes even better. Don't let politics outweigh compassion. Let's stop this hunger shutdown. Let's stop this shutdown. Let's stop the shutdown Republicans caused, using hungry people as pawns. Let's feed our people, and let's end this hunger crisis before it begins. Now on China's Asian trip and tariffs. As we enter the 29th day of the government shutdown, where's Donald Trump? Gallivanting in Asia, dancing in Malaysia. He's preparing now to meet with President Xi of China to strike a trade deal that will sell out the American people, give away vital national security tools in exchange for little more than a photo op. President Trump is about to congratulate himself, patting himself hard on the back for cleaning up a mess that he created. Again, President Trump is about to congratulate himself for cleaning up a mess that he created. It's amazing what this guy does. It's the same story with his so-called deal with South Korea. We're actually worse off because tariffs on Korean imports went from 2% now to 15%. But Donald Trump created a mess and now wants credit for pretending like he fixed it. On China, Donald Trump's trade negotiations with China have been a failure. His actions have decimated soybean farmers. He has hurt small businesses. And has he revived any of American manufacturing? No. China's still flooding global markets with subsidized goods, still stealing American technologies to undercut U.S. firms and workers. And meanwhile, we have lost tens of thousands of American manufacturing jobs. This is Trump's MO in foreign policy. He creates a giant mess. Then he wants everyone to praise him when he tries to clean it up and ignore the damage that he has inflicted. He creates the mess, tries to clean it up, and pats himself on the back when we're no better off, worse off than when we started. Now, in anticipation of today's meeting with Trump and President Xi, Senate Democrats are demanding that President Trump not negotiate away America and our allies' national security. He is using the most advanced semiconductor chips, which China doesn't have, as a bargaining chip. China is desperate to get these chips. And if Trump gives it away, China will dominate the world of AI in a few short years, and Americans will pay an awful price. Where are our China hawks on the Republican side decrying this? Where are they? Because these chips are vital, and it's American technology that has produced them, American companies that make them. China is desperate to get them because it will make them the leader in AI in a few years. AI, the most dominant technology in the world. And China and Trump is willing to give away those crown jewels so he can say he has a deal and undo the mess that he created with tariffs. Donald Trump's chip deal is not America first, but China first, putting China first over the next decade in what is the most crucial technology facing the world. Americans will regret that move for generations. Historians will note it as one of the turning points where America became not the primary power in the world, but secondary to China. All because Trump wants an immediate press hit to say, hey, I have a deal, even though that deal doesn't move us forward at all and cleans up the mess he created. Now, President Trump's trip to the Asian continent could have been an opportunity to make progress with America's vital partners. He could have used this trip to end his reckless trade war, to stop alienating our allies, to show strength and unite our allies against the Chinese Communist Party, and most importantly, to help Americans struggling with high costs here at home. But so far, his trip has been a total dud. By the end of his trip to Asia, it could be the case that we somehow have higher tariffs on our neighbor Canada than we do on our biggest rival, China. How on earth does that make sense? In fact, the biggest news out of this trip is that Donald Trump seems to finally realize that he can't run for a third term. That just goes to show you how fruitless this trip has been. American families are facing enough problems right now with the nightmare of open enrollment, the pain of higher groceries, the prices of everything from cars to home appliances to electricity skyrocketing. The last thing they want is to turn on the TV and see Trump being gifted a golden crown and then signing a deal with China that royally screws over Americans. Trump's trade war has been an utter disaster from the start. It's been a nightmare for our allies, for our economy, for our families who are paying more because of the Trump tariff tax. I'm proud the Senate came together yesterday in a bipartisan vote, 52-48, to end Trump's tariffs on Brazil yesterday. The tariffs he puts on Brazil is simply because he's angry that the Brazilian government is prosecuting a friend of his, a guy who's MAGA just like him. Isn't that amazing? That's why he put Trump tariffs on Brazil. That's why Americans are paying more for their cup of coffee in the morning, because Trump wants to embrace and help a MAGA right-wing guy who's being prosecuted by the legitimate Brazilian government. It's amazing. This week we'll have more resolutions to push back on Trump's trade war and help stop the bleeding. Our Republican colleagues will have a choice. Stand with Trump's idiotic, disastrous, and often juvenilely inspired tariffs, or stand with American families and vote to lower costs for people back home. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I'd like to start with a quote. Here it is. Quote is, "It is time to pass a clean continuing resolution and end this shutdown today." Goes on to say, no half measures and no gamesmanship. Those are the words from the American Federation of Government Employees. Not Fox News, not the National Review, not the Wall Street Journal, no. These are the words of the American Federation of Government Employees. Let me tell you about the organization. They are the largest union in America for federal workers. They were proud promoters a couple of weeks ago of the far left's radical rally. They're a very liberal group that has sued the Trump administration now more than a dozen times in the past year. This is a group that endorsed Kamala Harris for president. 100% of their 2024 campaign war chest went to Democrats. Even my friend and colleague who's on the floor right now, Dick Durbin of Illinois, the Democrat whip, admits, quote, "They are our friends. We take them seriously." This labor union is one of the Democrats' biggest cheerleaders. And today they are calling out Democrats for playing politics and holding hostages of the paychecks of over 800,000 federal workers. If that doesn't push the Democrats to wake up and reopen the government, hard to tell what will. We are now on day 29 of the Schumer shutdown, and Democrats have set a record for the longest full government shutdown in American history. Union after union are begging the Democrats to open the government. It's not only this American Federation of Government Employees, oh no, it's the head of the Capitol Police Union. The head of the Capitol Police Union warns the longer the shutdown goes on, the harder it becomes for our officers. The president of the Teamsters Union says American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators should stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding resolution. The head of the National Air Traffic Controllers, their union warns the message is simple: end the shutdown today. There is no excuse, the union leader says, that these hardworking men and women are showing up to do this job and to not even know when or if they're going to get paid. These are working Americans, and their paychecks are missing. And at the same time their paychecks are missing, their bills are mounting. And the stress that they're suffering is multiplying. The message is clear: reopen the government today. Democrats refuse to listen. Instead, they freely admit it's all about politics. They're playing a big and dangerous game of politics, and it's a politics of pain. The minority leader, Schumer, gloated. He gloated this month to the press in a sit-down interview with Punchbowl News. He says, every day gets better for us. I'm not sure who the us is, but it's not the American people. Then you have the whip in the House and the Democrat side of the aisle. What did she say? She admitted to Fox News. She said, of course there will be families that will suffer, but it is one of the few leveraged times that we have. That's not somebody that's serious about taking care of people and making sure we get the government open. And even my friend and colleague Chris Coons of Delaware just last Thursday told a national television audience on C-SPAN, quote, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And he called the shutdown an unpleasant tool. He's voted 13 times to keep using this unpleasant tool to keep the government closed. Now, those are the words of high-ranking Democrats in both the House and the Senate. And at the same time, vulnerable mothers and children are being described as leverage so Democrats can give free health care to illegal immigrants. That's what they're doing, using the American people as leverage, as pawns in their big game of politics. And what are their demands? Health care for illegal immigrants. It's reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. This suffering, the, quote, unpleasantness, is going to get worse as the weeks go on, unless the Democrats vote to reopen the government. Air traffic controllers missed their first full paychecks yesterday. 1.8 million federal workers missed their full paycheck on Friday. This includes Border Patrol agents, TSA agents. By the end of the week, 42 million Americans will lose food assistance. The Democrats call that unpleasantness. Lines at food banks are already swelling. The New York Times reports food banks are anticipating an even greater surge in demand. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness, so they can have leverage. Families from New Hampshire to Georgia are going to go hungry because Democrats choose to close the government and refuse to open it. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness. Democrats know the president can't legally use emergency funds to the tune of $9 billion per month for food assistance. Democrats have an option. Vote for a clean, continuing resolution and reopen the government. Of course, the Schumer shutdown is not only a financial issue, it's also causing a crisis in national security. This past weekend, 1 in 6 air traffic controllers nationwide, in terms of the locations, the centers, were understaffed. Since Sunday, nearly 20,000 flights have been delayed. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness. Some Democrats privately say they're not going to budge unless, quote, planes are falling out of the sky. That's their definition of unpleasantness. Democrats continue to embrace the politics of pain. Democrats have chosen leverage over the lives of people in this country. They've chosen leverage over because they want to fight Trump. They should be feeding our families. They're choosing politics over paychecks. The American people deserve better. We're not getting it from the Democrats in this body. Senate Republicans have voted 13 times for a clean, short-term, continuing resolution to reopen the government and pay every federal worker. 13 times Senate Democrats have voted no. Under Joe Biden, they voted 13 times for the exact same kind of clean, continuing resolution. They voted yes all of those times. Here's the math everybody in this chamber understands. It takes 60 votes to reopen the government. 55 senators have voted to reopen the government time and time again. That means we need 5 more Democrats to end the shutdown. Republicans are absolutely ready to pay for our nation's workers, to feed our nation's families, and to reopen the government. Democrats continue to vote against this, seem to be committed to what House Democrat whip admits is suffering and what Senator Coons continues to call unpleasantness. Democrats need to stop playing this dangerous game of the politics of pain. They need to reopen the government, and they need to do it today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask consent that statement in my hand be entered into the record separately from the other comments I will make this morning.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to clarify several points raised by my friend and colleague from Wyoming, Dr. John Barrasso, my Senate colleague, and he is my friend. I disagree with him, and I think several things that he said were incorrect and need to be clarified on the record. First, the notion that we're providing health insurance for illegal immigrants is wrong. Let me tell you why it's wrong. You go back almost 20 years, I believe, to the Reagan presidency, when we had a phenomena in the United States that needed to be addressed. People were showing up at the emergency rooms of hospitals and being turned away. Some of them were bleeding out in the driveways of hospitals across America. We changed the law under President Reagan, and we changed the law to say that you must admit people coming through the door who need emergency medical assistance, women who are in labor to deliver a child, people who are literally bleeding to death. Do I hear the senator from Wyoming say that we should be turning those people away? I hope not, and I don't think that's what he really believes. He understands, as I do, that there are compelling human situations where you provide assistance, and I thank our hospitals for doing that. But to say that we are trying to make sure that we manufacture some coverage for illegal aliens is to overlook the obvious. We don't want these hospitals turning away people who are literally in an extreme situation. I will defend that to the death, and I'll just tell you that when President Reagan and others supported that, it was considered to be bipartisan common sense. It still is today. And when it comes to the SNAP program, it's true that 1 out of 8 Americans count on SNAP to provide $6 a day for feeding. A third of those Americans are children, another third are disabled, and the other third are senior citizens. It's a valuable program in my state where almost 2 million people receive this kind of assistance. Why are we stopping the decision to fund SNAP? It's a decision by the White House and the President and the Republicans in Congress. They have decided that even though they posted on the website for this program just a few weeks ago that they had the money to cover it in the case of a shutdown, they removed that language and now say they won't provide food for hungry Americans. That is not necessary. In fact, there's a way around it. It's been used before by this president and others in a shutdown and crisis situation, and it should be used again. Let's not bargain this political decision that we're making in Washington on the tables and health of Americans who receive the SNAP program. Now let me say a word about the core issue that's at stake here. We have a problem we face that we need to correct, and needed to correct it now, because the decision was made in the big, beautiful Trump budget bill not to provide tax credits to millions of Americans who qualify under the Affordable Care Act. Many of them are seeing increased health insurance premiums they never anticipated. Let me give you an example. In my state of Illinois, Cook County is the largest county, includes the city of Chicago. The average monthly premium under the Affordable Care Act now is $226, $226 a month. The projected increase, because of the Republicans' big, beautiful bill, goes from $226 a month to $441 a month. In other words, about $2,500 the individual will be paying for health insurance over and above what they pay this year. That's an increase of 95%. How is this affecting other states? Let's take one, for example, South Dakota, population of about 1 million people. 53,000 of them are covered by the Affordable Care Act. They're facing this kind of increase too in their premiums. I'm sure the senators from South Dakota, both of them, want to protect their families from health insurance premiums they can't afford. They don't want people to drop coverage. In order to protect them, they have to change the law, the big, beautiful law, and as they called it, and provide assistance for people to pay these health insurance premiums. That is at issue. Across the United States, some 24 million people are facing this reality. It's a hardship for them that can be taken care of and should be on a bipartisan basis. The problem is that it isn't just tinkering at the edges that's at stake here with many Republicans. They want to do away with the Affordable Care Act. Under the first Trump term, I can still remember when Senator McCain came through those doors at 2 in the morning and voted no to save the Affordable Care Act. Trump in his first presidency wanted to get rid of it, and many Republicans still do. What is their alternative? They have none. They have no alternative. They just are angry over this notion of Obamacare and want to see some other approach to it, but can't put it on paper because it won't do the basics that the Obamacare has done, which provides health insurance across the board to more Americans than ever in our history. So here's the bottom line. We can take care of the issues that face us, the government shutdown, as well as making sure that the Affordable Care Act premiums don't go through the roof on a bipartisan basis if people of goodwill will agree to do that. We've spent now a month or longer at this impasse, and it's time to break it. Let's reach an agreement that provides for health insurance premiums that are affordable. Let's reopen this government, and let's do it sooner rather than later. As I've said repeatedly, there are plenty of tables in this building. Let's sit at that table as soon as the president returns with the president. Let's have the House of Representatives in their vacation, 6-week vacation, come back to Washington and do the business of the people in that chamber as well. And let's put our leaders at the table as well. This can be done and should be done quickly. As soon as the president returns from his overseas trip and the House of Republicans can reconvene, which could be tomorrow, let's get down to business to do that. Mr. President, I have another statement I'd like to make in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. It's hard to explain what's going on in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois that I represent. We have a president who insisted on sending National Guard troops in from Texas. Governor of Illinois says they're not needed. We have our own National Guard if we need one. And instead, they're sending these troops waiting for court approval to spread out across the city of Chicago. At the same time, ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, is creating a reign of terror in the city of Chicago. I do not exaggerate. Why are they in force in Chicago? Because the president has said over and over again that immigrants are the problem in America. You've heard the speeches, waving his arms at these rallies saying we've got to stop the rapists, the murderers, the terrorists, the criminally insane and criminal predators who come across our border from committing all these crimes, so we're going to crack down on them in cities that just happened to vote against me in the last election. So what they've done, President Trump has done, is send in these ICE agents who've created this reign of terror. It is hard to describe what is going on excuse me, in this great city when it comes down to these ICE agents. They have people afraid to leave their homes, to go shopping, to go to church, to go to a restaurant, to meet with their family, to bring their kids to school. The stories come in over and over again, what these ICE agents are doing. Do you know what happened last Saturday? In their effort to get the worst of the worst, the criminal elements among the immigrants, these ICE agents raided a Halloween parade for kids in Old Irving Park. Well, that's where you're going to find a lot of terrorists, I'm sure. I just, of course. We know what happened. Harassment, fear, and they left. They gathered on the sidewalk outside of a Lutheran church in Albany Park in Chicago, dropped tear gas canisters, and neighbors came out blowing their whistles, and finally they left. These are men who are wearing masks so they can't be identified, and some of them wearing uniforms that have no identification whatsoever. They travel about in vans with no markings on them, and they're harassing people in all sorts of ways. This is not America, and this is not how we fight crime in this country. Unfortunately, it is the reality of what's happening. But sometimes, in the worst of times, things emerge which are nothing short of incredible. It happened yesterday in Chicago. There's a section of the city of Chicago called Little Village in Lawndale. Yesterday, several hundred high school students from the local high school marched down 26th Street in Little Village section of Chicago. They were doing that to protest what the treatment that they faced with these ICE agents. Mr. President, I ask consent that this article from the Chicago Sun-Times be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz began in September, whistles have been used as warnings that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is nearby. On Tuesday, the whistleblowing, that was yesterday, Tuesday, the whistleblowing coincided with students carrying Mexican flags and signs during a staged walkout of local schools. Mr. President, this was a peaceful demonstration. I see the photograph from the parade of these high school students, several hundred of them, and two of them are carrying a large copy of the wording of the U.S. Constitution. Others are carrying American flags, some carrying Mexican flags. In an over 2-mile walk, hundreds of students yesterday made their way from Little Village, Lawndale High School, to the Little Village Arch, denouncing recent ICE actions and supporting immigrant communities. Immigration enforcement descended on Little Village last week, resulting in multiple people being taken into custody. The sobering effect of the arrival of federal officers had on the community inspired this walkout by these students. And the Social Justice High School senior Sofia Lopez said, and here I'm quoting her, "They hurt us like they've never hurt us before. They attacked our community. They surrounded the parks. They surrounded our school. I've never felt more unsafe in my life than that day," Lopez said. "We need to protect our people's peace. We need to protect their freedom and dignity, because if we don't, no one will." Lopez and other students organized the walkout, which included her peers from 4 schools on Little Village Lawndale High School's campus. These students walked peacefully through the community. With less than a week of planning, Lopez said she was pleased with the large turnout and made sure her fellow students knew the risk of protesting, including the presence of federal agents telling them they will not stop. This is what she told her fellow students. "They will not stop because you're children. They do not care," she said. Still, fear did not stop these students yesterday. They were accompanied by Chicago police officers as they moved along the road. Chants of "Say it loud, say it clear, immigrants are welcome here, and the people united will never be divided," drew honks from cars stopped along Archer's path. The march through the village drew people to the sidewalks, cheering and blowing whistles in solidarity with these students. Others hung out of windows and overlooked the street or pressed themselves against storefront windows, smiling and recording. The community engagement was not lost on Lopez, who said her beautiful, vibrant home had gone quiet amid the recent federal action. And then she said, "I've seen so many people come out smiling and feeling safe, which is something we haven't felt in this area in months. And that's what I want. That is all I want," Lopez said. The protest was just for us to get peace, to be able to walk down the street again without being scared, to be able to live your life. For Lopez, protesting was worth whatever potential consequences. When her peers and family expressed concern, she pushed back. She said, "I said to them, I don't care if I get expelled. I don't care if I get detained. I will do this for my people, for my community, because they deserve it," Lopez said. They deserve people to speak out for them. They deserve people to show the love and appreciation that they give us and to our students, Social Justice, and Little Village Lawndale High School as a whole. That was an extraordinary amount of courage for a high school student in the city of Chicago. She knows her parents and many other families are afraid of what might happen because of the ICE agents that are roaming through, showing their strength to bust up Halloween parades, showing their strength to drop tear gas canisters in front of churches when people come out after the services. This extraordinary show of courage and her commitment to our country is nothing new. I, 20 years ago, introduced a bill called the DREAM Act. And as I described this act, which said if you were brought to this country as a small child, you should have a chance for a path to citizenship. I used to tell that story, and then I'd wait afterwards when I go out to my car outside of a hall, and there would be young people waiting for me in the dark, looking in both directions, afraid that someone would see them. And they'd say, "Senator, I'm a dreamer. Thank you for this legislation." But we've never been able to make it law. But I'm happy to say that President Obama used his executive power to create DACA and protect 800,000 of these young people around the country. Now this generation of young people is doing what happened next in the story of the DREAM Act. After DACA was created, most of these young people, despite the advice and warnings of their parents, came out publicly and said, "I'm a dreamer. I want to be part of America's future." It was extraordinary courage on their part. Now this generation's doing the same, marching down 26th Street to say they want an end to this harassment by the ICE officials. This is not what America is all about. If you're engaged in stopping the worst of the worst and criminal elements among immigrants, count me in. But harassing innocent families that have not violated the law is not the way to do it. So far, 70% or more of those who've been detained by ICE as part of this venture have no criminal record whatsoever. It is harassment and terror, plain and simple. I salute these students in Little Village for the courage that they showed. I hope that students across the Chicagoland area and beyond will stand in solidarity with them in peaceful protest to the intimidation that's taking place in Little Village. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 15 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to overturn the Biden administration's sweeping restrictions of what we call in Alaska the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, so to pass the CRA, Senate Joint Resolution 80 that we're going to vote on here in a couple of minutes. And when I say the Biden administration's restrictions, in this case, that is not strong enough. What the Biden administration did when they came into office is they took the NPRA, that's right there, the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, and they said, we're going to essentially shut this down. So what is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska? Well, Mr. President, it started out 1923, President Warren Harding said that this is so important, this area of Alaska, we're going to call it the Naval Petroleum Reserve of Alaska for the U.S. Navy for oil. Okay, then Congress later came in law said, no, we're going to designate this the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. It's the size of Indiana, and we're going to make sure it's developed for oil development. That's what this body did. So Joe Biden comes in and says, nope, we're going to take an executive order and we're going to shut it down. And that's what they did. So, Mr. President, the most important element of this is not just Biden flaunting the law, which he did in Alaska many times, as I'm going to get to, he canceled the voices of the most important people in Alaska who live there. So let me go to the next slide here. A lot of people have seen this. This is what I call the last frontier lockup. Okay, this is a map of Alaska. Here's NPRA up here. Okay, again, we're a big state. That's about the size of Indiana. Biden issued 70 executive orders and executive actions singularly focused on my state during his 4 years. 7-0. One of them is the lockup of NPRA on this huge list. By the way, I went to the President Biden, when this list was at 48, and I handed it to him. I said, Mr. President, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're doing? John Podesta was in there, all the bad, far left radical enviros. You're crushing our state. You're crushing American energy. You're killing workers, and you're not listening to the native people of my state who don't like this. And by the way, Mr. President, we have the highest standards in the world on resource development in Alaska. But they didn't listen. 7-0 executive orders singularly focused on one state. It was an outrage. But it showed their priorities, which was not to unleash American energy, but to listen to the radical far left who always want to shut down Alaska. Don't care about the native people, don't care about jobs, certainly don't care about union jobs. So, Mr. President, the good news is, when President Trump came into office, he said, enough of that, we are going to unleash Alaska. So day one, this is a day one executive order from the President of the United States. He said, we're going to unleash Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. That's a day one executive order from President Trump. And so that's what we're doing. And we're going to do it through the executive branch, like the President's doing, and here in the legislative branch. So not surprisingly, Mr. President, this morning there was a statement of administrative policy from the Trump administration saying they, quote, strongly support passage of SJ Res 80 of my CRA. So I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, of course, why do we want to do this? Again, we have the highest environmental standards in the world, but when you unleash Alaska energy, when you unleash Montana energy, when you unleash American energy, it helps with jobs, it helps with our environment because we have the highest standards in the world, and it really helps, Mr. President, with national security. I remember a meeting I was in many years ago with Senator McCain, John McCain, and a very prominent Russian dissident, Vladimir Kara-Murza. Putin has tried to poison and kill this guy twice. He's still alive. He lives in America now. He's a great hero. And at the end of the meeting, I looked at Vladimir Kara-Murza. What more can we do to undermine the Putin regime? And you know what he said? He says, simple, Senator. The number one thing America can do to undermine Vladimir Putin is produce more American energy. So by the way, all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who love shutting down energy production, you're only helping our adversaries, Venezuela, China, Russia. So this is about national security, environmental stewardship, and really important, Mr. President, I want to talk about another group that matters a lot with regard to this CRA. And this is the Native people who live on the North Slope of Alaska. This is a slide that I put out a lot, so this is where we're looking at. This is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska in my state. This is what we call our trilateral in Alaska, the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, that's the tribe. The North Slope Borough, which is our government entity, which is huge. North Slope Borough, I think, is almost the size of Montana. And the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, which is our regional native corporation. They tried, Mr. President, 8 times they flew to Washington, D.C. This is all native people. They flew to Washington, D.C. during the Biden administration. 8 times they flew down here, 4,000 miles away from their home, to try to meet with the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Holland, in the White House of the Biden administration saying, don't do this NPRA lockup. This is our land. Don't do it. And you know what, Mr. President? The Biden administration never even met with them. Secretary of Interior never met with them. They flew here 8 different times to say, don't do it. This is every tribal leader, native leader on the North Slope, and their voices were ignored. Think about that. 8 times. Now, the total insult, when Biden finally did this giant regulation locking up the entire National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, you know what he did? He and Secretary Holland put out a statement saying, we did this because the native people of Alaska wanted it. I went on national TV. I don't normally throw bombs, but I went on national TV. I said, that is a bald-faced lie from Joe Biden. Bald-faced lie. He was canceling native voices, and then he was using them. He literally said, we did this because the native people of Alaska wanted it. Outrageous. Actually, one of the most outrageous things I saw the Biden administration do, and they did a heck of a lot of outrageous stuff. So, Mr. President, I want to submit for the record a letter from ICAS, the North Slope Borough, and ASRC. The trilateral, as we call it, all the native leadership on the North Slope strongly supporting my CRA. I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And I'd also like to submit for the record, a letter from the Alliance, which is all of our companies, not just energy companies, but all related companies, the biggest group of businesses, workers in Alaska, who also strongly support my CRA. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. President.
Without objection.
Let me just end with this. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can vote for this CRA. But But, Mr. President, I talk about jobs, I talk about national security, I talk about working families, all of which are very important. At the end of the day, this is so important because this actually, in my state, is a matter of life and death. What do I mean, Mr. President? Now, I've trotted out this chart a lot. I'm going to explain it here. But this is why I get so riled up about these issues and why when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and Democratic administrations always come up to Alaska saying, hey, we're going to just shut you down, right? We're going to crush your jobs. Why I get so animated about it. It's jobs, it's national security. When you're producing energy from America, from Alaska, you're strengthening the country, strengthening good jobs, good union jobs, by the way. But the other thing you're doing is you're helping people live longer. Helping people live longer. What do I mean? Mr. President, I break this chart out a lot because it's really important to me. This is from the American Medical Association from 1980 to 2014 on Americans' life expectancy. Who was living longer? Who, unfortunately, was living less longer? If you look here, this is America. The light blue, the darker blue, purple, that's the states that are living the longest. Yellow, orange, red, that's actually people losing life expectancy. That's not good at all. The place that had the longest life expectancy increase from 1980 to 2014 was my state. 13 years. Look at this. 13 years on the North Slope, Northwest Arctic Borough, Aleutian Island chain. So how did that happen? Why did that happen? Mr. President, it happened because responsible resource development happened. The native people of my state were living 13 years longer, more than any other place in the country. And I've asked my colleagues a lot when we debate this, give me a policy indicator of success, more important than the people you are representing are living longer. There isn't one. I've never heard of one. People I'm representing are living longer because we're responsibly developing resources and they get jobs, and they get gymnasiums, and they get hospitals, and they get flush toilets and running water, which a lot of the communities in my state, native communities, don't have. So this is a matter of life and death for my colleagues, and I do want to really try to encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, join us. This is the right call. There's a lot of talk about, hey, we want to help minority communities, we want to help people of color. Here's your chance. You're going to help them live longer. So, Mr. President, I'm hoping that every member of this body can come down and vote for my CRA because it's the right thing to do. It's going to help with jobs, it's going to help with national security, and it's what the native people in my state who actually live there want. Again, they came down here 8 different times and told President Biden and Secretary Haaland, don't do this. Don't do this. Not only did they ignore their voices, they wouldn't even meet with them. So now we have a chance to right that wrong, pass my CRA, and again, I really hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do this because it is the right thing to do. And the indigenous people of my state who live here want this because it's going to help them live longer. I don't think there's anything more important than that. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 221, Senate SJ Res 80.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 221, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Curtis, Fisher, Hawley, Kennedy, Lummis, Moody, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Hickenlooper, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Schumer, and Welch. Mr. King, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Lee, aye.
No, it's.
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice, aye.
On this motion, the ayes are 54, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Edmund G. LaCour, Jr. of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Northern District.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Gotcha. White House, Warren. Daines. Thank you. Hassan. Smith. McCormick. Johnson. Dune. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cotton, Daines, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Bennett, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schiff, no.
Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye.
Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Right.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent to resume the legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this month, we discovered one of the worst abuses of government power in our nation's history. The FBI, under President Biden, spied on 8 U.S. senators. I was one of those 8. Now, what we have learned so far is this. The agency, the FBI, tracked whom we were calling on our cell phones, where we were physically located when we made or received the calls, and how long each call lasted. We still don't know the predicate for the subpoena, but they did go into a court and they got a subpoena. Now, by all appearances, the spying was politically motivated. The lawmakers who were spied on, all are Republicans. Each one of us support President Trump, and we had valid questions about the outcomes of the 2020 election. What we also know is that no American should be spied on by their government because of their political beliefs, whether they're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. This should not happen. Now, we're all duly elected members of Congress, and Jack Smith and the CR-15 unit at the FBI that did his dirty work for him violated our First and Fourth Amendment rights, the separation of powers, the speech and debate clause, and the Stored Communications Act. If they are willing to do this to us, just imagine what they are willing to do to private citizens who have a different political point of view. What were they doing to the moms and dads that went to school board meetings? What were they doing to pro-lifers? We already know that through the same probe, which was termed Arctic Frost, that the FBI investigated nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're hearing they may have surveilled as many as 150 different individuals. Now, we are learning that this weaponization of government was approved by those at the very top of Joe Biden's Justice Department. Late last week, Chairman Grassley, who chairs our Judiciary Committee, released an FBI memo drafted on April 4th, 2022, that authorized the Arctic Frost probe. Among the people whose signatures appear on that document are then Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco and the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland. And oh, by the way, the memo was written by FBI Director Christopher Wray. We're only learning about this abuse of power and this weaponization of the FBI because the Trump administration and Republicans are committed to complete transparency and accountability. They're committed to a single tier of justice, not two different tiers of justice. And thankfully, FBI Director Kash Patel has fired all the individuals that were involved in the spying operation. Now it's time to figure out how else they have weaponized our nation's justice system. So we will begin to have some hearings, and we are going to put these individuals under oath and ask them to explain how they allowed this to happen. And what we have heard so far is that Jack Smith, who was the ringleader of this, he wants assurances, his choice of words, that he won't be punished in exchange for testifying about his spying scheme before Congress. He is absolutely out of his mind if he thinks he's going to get off with this scot-free. This is a scandal bigger than Watergate. It is a scandal where the FBI and the DOJ have been weaponized, politicized, and no, he will not get off scot-free. The American people want to see that people are going to be held to account. So if we need to subpoena him, that's exactly what we will do. And we're also going to determine why exactly Verizon Wireless complied with the FBI's groundless subpoena request. Just last week, we learned that AT&T also received a subpoena request from Jack Smith for 2 other members of Congress' phone records. Yet, when AT&T questioned Smith's team about the legality of the subpoena, they apparently backed down and they abandoned the effort altogether. So it's very curious why Verizon just rolled over and went along with this lawless request and didn't move to question and didn't move to quash the subpoena. So we'll get to the bottom of that. It's important to realize Lady Justice is blindfolded. The American people want that one tier of justice, equal treatment under the law, equal access. And we're not going to stop fighting until we can ensure that the weaponization of government that occurred under Joe Biden does not ever happen again. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Late last month, I had the honor of joining President Trump in the Oval Office as he signed an order establishing the Memphis Safe Task Force. This is a coordinated effort by the Justice Department, FBI, and 11 other federal agencies to work with local and state officials, support the Memphis Police Department, and get violent criminals off the streets. This support has been desperately needed. Last year, Memphis saw the highest crime rate in the country. In many parts of the city, residents have told us they could not walk out their front door without fear of being robbed, shot, or murdered. Now, with the task force, we're seeing violent, repeat criminals get locked up after terrorizing Memphians for far too long. In just 1 month of operations, there have been some just astounding, remarkable results. The authorities, they're working together as a team. They have made more than 1,700 arrests, including 114 warrant arrests for aggravated assault, 116 arrests for domestic violence, 23 arrests for robbery, 12 for sexual assault, and 10 for homicide. At the same time, the task force has recovered more than 370 illegal weapons and more than 230 stolen vehicles. And they have found more than 80 missing children. This is a huge step forward for Memphis. Already, Memphians are doing things that they could not do before, and they are enjoying this wonderful, historic, iconic city. For the opening night for the Memphis Grizzlies, fans came out to the game in huge numbers, knowing that law enforcement was there to keep the peace. As one fan said outside the FedEx Forum, and I'll quote them, "It is so peaceful, we're just enjoying life and it feels so free," end quote. This is something that all Americans should celebrate, and we will not stop fighting to make Memphis safer. We are going to make certain it is the safest city in the U.S., not the most dangerous. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator for Hawaii.
Mr. President, a couple of weeks ago, I came to the floor to talk about where the Republicans are. And this is now effectively the House of Representatives has adjourned. The national legislature has adjourned. And I want everyone to understand what's going on here. These are work periods. These yellow days are work periods. So August is off. Everyone's supposed to be home. But what they did was they left early. So here, all these are crossed out. They didn't show up. And then they didn't show up for any of these days. That's fine. But then they decided to unexpectedly cancel this week, and then this week, and then this week, and then this week. And now we are at the point where if you're a member of the House of Representatives, over the last 3 months, for every day that you show up for work, you get 7 days off. And the rest of the federal workforce is either furloughed at home and not getting their paycheck, or they're considered an accepted employee, which is essentially a designation you get if the work you do is so essential for safety that you have to work anyway. And so here you have the members of the House of Representatives getting paid not to show up. And then you have the rest of the federal workforce having to show up and not get paid. I've lived through several shutdowns, unfortunately, but none like this. Usually both parties are in town for a start. Usually both parties are in town. And I get the play that Speaker Johnson made at the outset. It's a pretty common play. It's considered a jam job, which is essentially, here's this bill, now we're out of town, it's the only thing you can pass or not pass, and so you're now under pressure to either pass it or not pass it. Very common thing to do. They jammed us. They did the same thing in March, and it worked. But it didn't work this time. And then the Speaker of the House, instead of saying, gosh, we should probably start a negotiation and try to figure out how to keep the lights on in the United States government, keep people from losing their paychecks, he just said, well, tough. I'm going to adjourn the House of Representatives. And I want everyone to understand how ahistorical this is. This is already a very light schedule, right? Just objectively speaking, people don't get schedules like this before you do all the cross-offs, right? This is even a light schedule compared to normal House schedules. This guy is not that interested in legislating, and I just also want to make one other specific point. It's not as though there is nothing else to do. We haven't passed a national defense authorization. We haven't passed the rest of the appropriations bills. We haven't passed a Water Resources Development Act. We haven't done oversight. And what happens is when you stop doing your work, it's just like homework. It piles up. It piles up, and then you run out of time at the end of the year. And the House of Representatives, these people who spend so much money and time and put their family and their friends and their coworkers through a bunch of pain to achieve being a member of Congress and having this little pin and having the honorable in front of your name. And then they just said, you know what? I don't think I need to show up at all. Sometimes it can be hard for people to understand what politicians in Washington are arguing about. But this is actually pretty simple. Open enrollment starts on Saturday, and about 24 million Americans, just so happens most of them are in states that supported Donald Trump, are about to face roughly a doubling of their health care costs. And for some people, it'll be like a 30% increase, and some people it'll be a 70% increase, and for some people it'll be like a threefold increase in their health care costs. And in raw dollars, the percentage is a big deal, but the raw dollars is kind of what matters, right? Because people don't have an extra $600 or $700 that they can kind of like wring savings out of. You don't get to go, oh, you know what, I'd like a $12,000 raise to cover this. That's not available to them, not in this economy. And there's not $12,000 less that you can spend somewhere. And in the middle of this, even though the United States Department of Agriculture, in their initial shutdown guidance, said specifically, we've got $5 billion in contingency funds, and those resources are available to keep people getting their nutritional assistance, their SNAP benefits. And then abruptly, like 4 or 5 days ago, they just changed their guidance. This is something that Trump did in his first term during a shutdown, is use those contingency funds to prevent Americans from starving. To prevent Americans from starving. And I guess I just don't understand why anybody thinks this should be a point of leverage. Like half of the roughly 40 million people who receive SNAP benefits are working poor because we have decided nationally we're not going to raise the minimum wage and we're not going to support the labor movement enough so that when people work 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week or 100 hours a week, they still can't even afford to put food on their table. And so we have these SNAP benefits to make up for our policy failure. And 40 million people need it. 20 million people, about 20 million people of them, actually have jobs. And most of the rest of them are the elderly or the disabled. And I don't know what the hell has come of this country when the President of the United States, who is in charge of this particular question, has said, as a point of leverage against Democrats, I'm going to cause millions of Americans to not have enough food on their table. I remain flabbergasted that the national legislature has basically adjourned under Mike Johnson's leadership. He's not even trying anymore because he thinks it increases his leverage. Costs are about to double for tens of millions of Americans on the healthcare side. Electricity is going up at double the inflation rate. Vegetables are up 39%. Coffee is up 30 to 40%. And now there won't be enough food. I implore everyone on every side of the aisle to just sit down and negotiate this. Under Biden and under Leader Schumer, we just didn't have shutdowns. We just didn't. And that you could actually make a valid criticism that under Democratic leadership, we conceded too much. We conceded too many policies to the minority party, but we did. Because we understood that in order to enact an appropriations bill, even a continuing resolution, you need Four corners. What does that mean? Majority leader, minority leader in the House. Speaker, minority leader in the House. Majority leader, minority leader in the Senate. So let's get the House back in town. Let's turn on these SNAP benefits. Let's fix this ACA problem, and let's turn the federal government's lights on. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I rise today to discuss a matter that transcends party lines and goes to the very heart of what makes America's military the most trusted institution in our country. I speak from a lifetime of devotion to the Army and our armed services. I joined the Army at 17 when I took the oath to defend and protect the Constitution as a new cadet at West Point. I served 12 years on active duty. I earned my Ranger tab and my senior jump wings. I had the privilege of commanding an infantry company in the 82nd Airborne Division. I taught at West Point, but I want to make it clear I am not a combat veteran. I have spent, in addition, nearly 3 decades on the Senate Armed Services Committee with the great privilege of serving both as ranking member and chairman. My connection to the military is neither transient nor incidental. That is precisely why I must speak out today about what President Trump is doing to our armed forces. He is attempting to politicize an institution that has remained steadfastly apolitical for nearly 250 years. He is disrespecting the professionalism and sacrifice of our service members. And if we in Congress do not reject his actions, and very soon, the damage could take generations to repair. America's apolitical military was constructed deliberately by leaders who understood that republics die when generals and soldiers become political pawns or political powers. George Washington set the standard. When he resigned his commission in 1783, he established the principle that military leaders serve the nation, not a party or a president or anything else. He made clear that military leadership is not a pathway to personal political power. Washington could have made himself king. He refused. And in that refusal, created the tradition we inherit today. The founders enshrined a non-political military in our Constitution, giving Congress, not the president, the sole power to raise armies, establish laws governing the military, and importantly, to declare war. The founders built checks and balances precisely to prevent the situation we now face. A president who views the military as his personal political instrument. This tradition is maintained in the United States through deliberate policy. The Uniform Code of Military Justice prohibits active duty personnel from partisan political activities. Military bases do not host campaign rallies. Service members do not appear in uniform at political events. Indeed, the Supreme Court itself has affirmed this principle. In the case of Greer v. Spock in 1976, the court upheld military regulations strictly prohibiting partisan political activity on military bases. The court's conclusion was unequivocal. The majority opinion explained that the military has a special responsibility to avoid, I quote, both the reality and the appearance of acting as handmaiden for partisan political causes or candidates. Justice Powell went on to warn that, quote, it is the lesson of ancient and modern history that the major socially destabilizing influence in many European and South American countries has been a highly politicized military. Complete and effective civilian control of the military would be compromised by participation of the military in the political process. The Supreme Court understood what we must remember. Once the military appears political, civilian control is compromised. Public confidence evaporates, and history shows where that leads. And these are not bureaucratic niceties. Once the military becomes politicized, it loses the trust of the American people. A military seen as serving a political party cannot claim to serve the nation. For nearly 250 years, this principle has held. The American military has remained the most trusted institution precisely because it has stayed out of politics. Now, President Trump is systematically dismantling this bedrock principle, brazenly, repeatedly, and with apparent pride. On May 24th, he addressed West Point's graduating class while wearing a red MAGA hat, a political campaign symbol at a military ceremony. This was not an accident. It was a statement. He told our nation's future Army officers that his election victory gave him the right to, quote, do what we want to do. He told cadets about to take their oath to the Constitution that winning an election means you can do whatever you want. In June, at an event in Fort Bragg, President Trump made this politicization even more explicit. Soldiers attending the event were apparently screened for physical appearance and enthusiasm and were positioned in the bleachers as background props for what Trump boasted was a political rally. The troops were encouraged to boo his opponents, cheer his applause lines, and jeer the press. Almost as disturbing, President Trump's team brought vendors onto Fort Bragg to sell campaign merchandise to everyone, including soldiers in uniform. This was an explicit violation of long-standing Army regulations and Department of Defense policies. It exploited soldiers and the prestige of their service for the president's partisan and personal gain. And again, just last month at Quantico, Trump spoke to a hall of hundreds of generals and admirals to make explicit what had previously been unspoken. He complained about, quote, an enemy within, and told the assembled officers that dealing with this domestic enemy, quote, is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war too. It's a war from within. Let us be clear about who Trump means when he says, quote, the enemy within. He does not mean terrorists or foreign agents. He means his political opponents. He means Americans exercising their constitutional rights to disagree with him. Indeed, any doubt about who he considers, quote, the enemy within was erased when he pardoned more than 1,500 people convicted of attacking Congress and Capitol Police on January 6, 2021. These are people who attacked the Capitol at President Trump's urging, who savagely beat police officers, who forced members of Congress to flee the chamber for their own lives. The vast majority of my colleagues were there that day and know exactly what they saw. These criminals who supported President Trump were rewarded with pardons, while those who he believes are opposed to him are being targeted for retribution. This is not a theoretical concern. The president went further in his remarks at Quantico, suggesting that he wants to use, quote, some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. He proposed to deploy American troops in American cities to train for operations against American citizens, all without the consent of state and local leaders and in very apparent violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. Already, we have seen him order deployments in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Portland, and elsewhere. The pattern is unmistakable. Trump is attempting to transform the military from an apolitical institution that serves the Constitution into a political tool that serves him. He stages political rallies on military bases. He sells campaign merchandise to troops in uniform. He fires generals who give him professional military advice he doesn't like. He tells military leaders that their mission includes waging war on his domestic political opponents. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. And if my Republican colleagues don't publicly reject this behavior, the president will fundamentally alter the character of American civil-military relations. Beyond politicalization, President Trump has shown consistent disrespect for the military leaders and the values that they hold. At his West Point graduation speech, he claimed he defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. There's just one problem. It's not true. General Kane himself has refuted the story that President Trump repeatedly tells about that campaign, that he defeated ISIS. Indeed, in fact, according to the 2025 Intelligence Community Threat Assessment, which was prepared by the Trump administration itself, ISIS, quote, remains the world's largest Islamic terrorist organization. But the president stood before America's future military leaders and essentially lied to inflate his ego and his reputation. Trump also told West Point graduates, quote, you do not need an officer corps of yes men, close quote. Yet he fired General Cruz, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, because the DIA's expert analyst contradicted Trump's claims about his military strikes on Iran. He has fired General C.Q. Brown, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, General Timothy Hawke, and many others in a purge of flag officers that appears motivated by race, gender, and political loyalty rather than merit. The message is clear. Give the president the advice he wants to hear or lose your job. President Trump disrespects not just military leaders, but also military customs and traditions. At the West Point graduation, he left before the diplomas were presented. He declined the opportunity to present the first and last cadets their diplomas, a tradition honored by presidents before him and hopefully future presidents. He couldn't be bothered to fully participate in a ceremony that meant everything to these young officers and their families. And earlier this month at Norfolk, at the Navy's 250th anniversary celebration, Trump dispensed with any pretense. He declared, quote, let's face it, this is a rally. He closed the ceremony by dancing to his campaign song, YMCA, by the Village People. The Navy's 250th anniversary became about Trump, not about the history of sacrifice of sailors and the service they represent. To my Republican colleagues who have served in uniform, you understand that service requires honesty, humility, respect, for those who came before you. You know that officers must give their best professional advice, even if it's not what the Commander-in-Chief wants to hear. You know that when officers fear giving honest answers, people die, missions fail, wars are lost. So when the President lies about military operations, he disrespects every soldier who was told the truth about the battlefield. When he fires officers for honest advice, he disrespects every officer who has had the courage to speak truth to power. When he turns military ceremonies into political rallies, he disrespects every service member who has kept politics out of their professional life. You know this. The question is what you, all of us, will do about it. We are at a crossroads. The damage Trump is inflicting is not theoretical. It is happening now, and if we don't act, it will accelerate. America's civil-military relationships took 250 years to build, but it can be destroyed in a fraction of that time. Once the military is seen as a partisan instrument serving one party, once it is deployed domestically against political opponents, the trust that sustains it will evaporate, and that trust, once lost, can take generations to rebuild. Consider the dangers if this continues. Will military officers refuse to serve under future administrations, depending on the party in power? Will they resist civilian authority over policy disagreements? Will the military itself fracture along partisan lines? Consider what happens if Trump continues to deploy the National Guard against his political opponents. What happens when citizens see soldiers in the streets to suppress constitutionally permitted dissent? What happens to recruiting when young Americans view the military as a partisan tool? What happens to military cohesion when soldiers treat fellow citizens as enemies? And these are not hypothetical questions. President Trump told our most senior military leaders that fighting the, quote, enemy within is their mission. He suggested using American cities as training grounds. The precedent he sets will outlast his administration and be available to every president after. Congress has the constitutional authority and moral obligation to stop this. We are not powerless. We control the purse, although it appears so many times recently we want to surrender that control. We have oversight authority. We are not exercising it properly. We can pass legislation, and we must act. After 9 months of his presidency, it is clear that my Republican colleagues must do more than recognize the problem. They must act. Republicans must work with us to call out the president and take concrete legislative action. First, we must codify prohibitions on political activities at military installations and block federal funds from supporting such activities. No more campaign rallies on military bases, no more merchandise sales to troops in uniforms or civilian dependents or anyone else who wanders up. Second, we must pass legislation already in the Senate National Defense Authorization Act to require explanations and notifications for senior general and flag officer dismissals. If these decisions are based on merit, the administration should have no problem explaining them publicly. Third, we must strengthen the Hatch Act as it applies to political leaders interacting with military personnel. The rules that constrain service members from politics must also constrain politicians from exploiting service members for political purposes. And fourth, we must establish clear standards requiring congressional approval for domestic military deployments except in genuine emergencies. The founders gave Congress the power over the military for exactly this reason, to prevent any president from deploying troops as a personal force. I recognize the political pressures that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle face, but we all took the same oath, either in uniform or in elected office, to support and defend the Constitution, not a president or party. The American military is trusted by the American people because it has earned that trust by remaining apolitical, professional, and devoted to defending the Constitution of the United States. Mr. President, I'll close with this. Yesterday in Japan, President Trump boarded an aircraft carrier to address American sailors and Marines. For a full hour, standing before hundreds of young men and women deployed thousands of miles from home, the Commander-in-Chief lectured him on his political grievances. He complained that the 2020 election was stolen. He mocked reporters. He whined about the Nobel Peace Prize. He boasted about deploying the National Guard domestically. He invented false stories about President Biden and jeered him. The sailors and Marines, for their part, remained silent and respectful, like the professionals they are. But the name of that aircraft carrier is worth noting: the USS George Washington. How fitting that our first president set the standards of the military we inherit today, and how shameful that President Trump so badly failed that standard. Washington recognized that the presidency and the military are grander than any one person. And he recognized the danger of any man who believes otherwise. As he warned in his farewell address, quote, "Guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism." And President Trump, I fear that Washington's warning has come to bear. Simply put, President Trump is politicizing the military for his benefit. He is disrespecting our service members, and he is setting precedents that will haunt us for generations. Every day that passes, every political rally on a military base, every firing on an officer for honest advice, every statement about deploying troops against domestic opponents, each inflicts damage that becomes harder to repair. To my Republican colleagues, this is your moment. You can help defend the military you cherish, and indeed, you do cherish it. You've served it with distinction, honor, and courage. You can exercise your constitutional authority as the majority power, or you can stand by and concede to an executive who recognizes no limits. I suspect history will not forgive this body, all of us, for remaining silent while the president transforms this military into his personal political tool. The military I served in and my colleagues served in deserves better. The country we all swore to defend deserves better. And the young men and women taking the oath today deserve the apolitical, professional military our founders fought and died to establish. Let us together reassert Congress's power and preserve the military tradition we inherited. With that, Mr. President, I thank you and yield the floor. I would note the absence of quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Present.
Louisiana. We are in a
Mr.
quorum
President,
call. Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in a few minutes, we're going to vote on my resolution pursuant to the Congressional Review Act to overturn a rule promulgated by the federal government, specifically the Department of Interior. I can't think of a rule, Mr. President, that better demonstrates the arrogance, the hubris of the federal administrative state. It has to do with God's creatures. I talked about this yesterday. This is a barred owl, spelled B-A-R-R-E-D. This is a spotted owl. They're both magnificent animals. If you've ever studied them, they both have very soulful eyes. They have incredibly, you've probably never had an opportunity to pet one, but they have incredibly soft feathers. They're not enemies, they're cousins. There are 19 species of owls in the United States. These two have been around about 11,000 years. They're not enemies. They both hunt. They both hunt mice and lizards and snakes and insects, mosquitoes. The barred owl is slightly bigger than the spotted owl, and the barred owl is a better hunter. That's just the way God made him. Now, the Department of Interior, this started under President Biden, but I don't want to mislead anyone. Secretary Burgum, our current Secretary of the Interior, very, very much opposes my CRA and supports this regulation I'm trying to overturn. What would the regulation do? Here's what it would do. The federal government, which, as I said yesterday, it was true then, it's true now, which can't even deliver the mail when the stuff has an address right on the front of it, and in particular, the Department of Interior, under President Biden, and now under President Trump. As an aside, it's very hard, Mr. President, to piss off both the Biden administration and the Trump administration, but I've managed to do that. That's okay. I think I'm right. The Department of Interior is proposing to kill 453,000 barred owls. Kill them. Mamas, daddies, babies. Why? To protect, they say, the spotted owl. You go, whoa, why does the spotted owl need protecting from the barred owl? They're cousins. They share the same habitat. Sometimes they have sex. It's not unknown that a barred owl will marry a spotted owl. A barred owl marries another barred owl for life, in fact. And sometimes a barred owl will marry a spotted owl. The barred owl doesn't eat the spotted owl. The barred owl doesn't kill the spotted owl. But the barred owl's a better hunter. And the Department of Interior says because of that, they've got to kill 453,000 barred owls to help the spotted owls. That's what the federal government has come down to. We've now got DEI for owls. According to the Department of Interior, bad owl, good owl. But we're not talking about an admission to college. If you're on the wrong end of this DEI proposal, you don't get the owl doesn't not get admitted to college, the owl gets killed. I've been around a little while. I've seen a few vampire movies. This isn't the first one of these, but this is one of the worst examples I've ever seen of the arrogance and the hubris of the federal government. This is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Let me tell you why. First of all, it's not going to work. The federal government is going to send out a bunch of hunters. Here's one of their hunters. That's what he'll probably look like. They're going to send out a bunch of hunters at night with flashlights and shotguns. Because owls are nocturnal. They live at night. They come out at night. They hide during the day. And both barred owls and spotted owls live about 40 feet up in the tree, 40 feet up in the trees. So they're going to send these cowboys out there with their little lights, and they're going to point up, and they're supposed to shoot the barred owl and not shoot the spotted owl. Dreamweaver. So to kill the barred owls, it's inevitable, they're going to kill some spotted owls. Number two, I've been all through the regulation. I see no indication where using lead shot is prohibited. We've changed the rules about using lead versus steel shot because we've realized how dangerous lead is. So they're going to kill, if they use lead shot, which is a lot cheaper than steel shot, they'll kill some barred owls. They'll also kill some spotted owls. They'll also kill some eagles. They're also going to kill a bunch of hawks, and they're going to kill a bunch of other wildlife because they eat the lead, and the lead kills them. It's not going to work. The third reason it's not going to work, and what the Department of Interior won't tell you, is that the barred owl, which is native to the eastern United States, started moving west into the jurisdiction of the spotted owl about 100 years ago. It's been steadily moving west because the old-growth forests where the barred owl lived in the eastern United States and northeastern Canada was cut to make room for people. So the barred owl started moving west, and now the barred owl is in Washington and Oregon and Northern California and British Columbia. Once again, they don't eat each other. They don't kill each other. But the spotted owl that the Department of Interior says it's got to save was losing population well before the barred owl moved in. You know why that is? Because what's happening in the West is the same thing that was happening in the East. As we gain population and people move to the suburbs, we reduce old-growth forests, which reduces the habitat for both owls. I'm not saying that we shouldn't harvest trees appropriately. I'm not saying that. But we've also had wildfires. That's what's damaging the spotted owl. It's not the barred owl. Final point, this isn't going to work, that unlike some of the employees of the Department of Interior, barred owl isn't stupid. Once you start shooting the barred owl is going to just move on up to Canada. And as soon as the coast is clear, barred owl is going to come back. Okay? So you're not going to do anything to help the spotted owl. Number two, the second reason that this regulation is bone deep down the marrow stupid is it's going to be expensive. In 2024, the Department of Interior issued a contract to kill, I think it was 1,500 barred owls. I don't know how they could do it. I don't know how they had the authority, but they did it. It's the way the bureaucracy works. They hired hunters. They paid them $3,000 a bird. $3,000 a bird. So if they went out at night with their little flashlights, looking 40 feet up in the trees, and they killed a daddy barred owl, they got $3,000. If they killed a mama barred owl, they got $3,000. If they killed a baby barred owl, they got another $3,000. And if they, you know how they really hit the jackpot? They'd catch a mama barred owl in her nest protecting her baby chicks. One shotgun shell, you hit all 3 baby chicks. That's $9,000. That's what we're going to use taxpayer money paying for. Now, the Department of Interior wants to send out these folks to kill 453,000 barred owls at $3,000 a pop. That's $1.3 billion, not million, $1 billion. To try to protect the spotted owl. Not because the spotted owl's hurting anybody. Not because the barred owl's hurting anybody. The barred owl is just a better hunter. And the Department of Interior will tell you that. The barred owl is better. They both do the same thing. They're better at catching prey, and they think that's putting pressure on the spotted owl. Spotted owl isn't on the endangered species list. If the spotted owl is in such bad shape, why hasn't the Department of Interior moved to put the spotted owl on the endangered species list? You know why. Because they can't. Because they're not endangered. The Department of Interior likes to use the word threatened. 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 Well, hell, zebras are threatened by lions. But the Interior Department, at least not yet, is suggesting we go kill all lions because they eat zebras. Now, I don't want to mislead anyone. This regulation was promulgated under President Biden. But Secretary Burgum, with whom I have spoke, I have great respect for him, is adamant that this is a good rule and a good regulation. In fact, he told me that as I mentioned yesterday, that by opposing his idea, I was slandering the Trump administration. I'm slandering the Trump administration. No, I'm trying to help the Trump administration. I'm trying to save the Department of Interior and the Secretary from himself. In a rare moment of candor, let me tell you what one employee from the Department of Interior said. Told a reporter, probably got fired for it. But this is what he said, and he was and is a Fish and Wildlife employee and expert. He said, quote, I think all we can really do, he said, is try our best to provide a habitat for spotted owls, and in the long run, we're just going to have to let the 2 species work it out. Final point I'll make, what aggravates me the most about this, I know the employees at the Department of Interior are smart and virtuous. I know they're smarter and more virtuous than me. But who appointed them God? Who appointed them Pope? Animals migrate all the time. Happens all the time. Not just mammals, but all animals. They move location. So we're going to get in the business. We're going to be in the business of telling animals, well, you can live here, but you can't live there. We're also going to be in the business of choosing which owls can live and which owls can die. I'm going to end like I ended yesterday. This is my advice to my friends at the Department of Interior. I don't mean any disrespect saying it. Life is hard. Life is very, very hard. But it's a lot harder when you're stupid. And this regulation is stupid. And we will live to regret it. Just like China, back when Mao, during the Great Leap Forward, issued a decree in his arrogance and with his hubris to kill all the sparrows in China, and they did. Just like we're going to kill all the owls. 2 million of the Chinese people died. That's what happens when you mess with God and Mother Nature. And as a result, they had to import sparrows. We'll end up someday, if they do this, having to import barred owls. We'll regret it. I don't know, Mr. President, what I'm supposed to say next to start the vote, but I'm ready. Here it is. I move to proceed to CAL number, what does CAL stand for? Calendar. Oh, okay, thanks. I move to proceed to calendar 190, SJ Res 69.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 190, SJ Res 69, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service relating to record of decision for the barred owl management strategy, Washington, Oregon, and California.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, I did. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
You might be the go-to guy on this.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Kramer, Ernst, Kennedy, Lankford, McCormick, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Duckworth, Graham, Heinrich, Husted, Marino, and Murray.
Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla? No. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Wyden? No. Ms. Smith? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Mullen? No. Ms. Rosen? No. No. Mr. Ricketts, did you? Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Wow. Mr. Warner, no.
Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 72. The motion is not agreed to. The Democratic leader.
In a few minutes, my good colleague from New Mexico, Senator Lujan, will be offering a unanimous consent request. And I want to thank him for his extraordinary leadership on the issue of SNAP, leading the way on an urgent issue for millions of Americans. Now, right now, we're facing down two crises at once, a health care crisis and a hunger crisis. And both are caused by and intensified by one man and one man only, Donald Trump. We're now 3 days away from open enrollment, and now for the first time in history, a president is refusing to fund SNAP during a shutdown. 42 million Americans, young children who need food, veterans who might have PTSD and need help, senior citizens who rely on SNAP to help feed themselves, and so many others, people who are out of work because they lost their jobs through no fault of their own, need SNAP. And why are we not doing it? Not because the money's gone. It's there. Not because it's not permitted. It's legal. But because Donald Trump ordered it stopped. It falls on his shoulders. Let's be clear. This does not need to happen. Never before, under any president, Republican or Democrat, has SNAP been cut off during a shutdown. We're not talking about it. We're talking with the shutdown. We all know our position. We need a negotiation. But this SNAP doesn't have to happen in any case, and only because Donald Trump is doing it and the Republican leadership goes along with Donald Trump to let SNAP expire. Trump did this once before. In 2019, he funded SNAP during his last shutdown. Back then, Trump kept SNAP funded. This time, he's deliberately pulling the plug, even though in September he said he would fund it and could fund it, independent of any shutdown. Trump is weaponizing hunger. He's using kids and parents as pawns. Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. Just a few weeks ago, Trump's own USDA confirmed it had $6 billion in emergency funds to keep food and aid flowing. When asked about SNAP, Trump assured everyone it will be fine. He said it. Then suddenly last Friday, Trump ordered USDA to delete the plan, take it off their website, and refuse to use the money. No reason, no explanation, just cruelty. 2/3 of SNAP recipients are kids, seniors, or people with disabilities. That's who Trump is cutting off. Kids who rely on school meals, seniors on fixed incomes, veterans trying to get by, families trying to get groceries. That's the real-world consequence of Trump's decision. And while he's manufacturing two crises here at home, where's his focus? Overseas, on a ballroom, on sending $40 billion to Argentina. There's money for Argentina, but not for SNAP. And the Argentina money far exceeds the money needed for SNAP for at least a whole month. Every president before him, Democrat and Republican, has used the same funds to keep families fed. Trump could fix this today with one stroke of his pen. We don't have to wait. We don't have to discuss. We don't have to deliberate. Let's be clear. Republicans have been on a crusade against SNAP all year. They slashed it by a historic $200 billion this summer in their so-called big, beautiful bill, to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, and now they're doubling down, using this shutdown to devastate families and leave kids hungry. It's heartless, it's cynical, and it's wrong. Well, Senate Democrats are not waiting, and that's why I'm so grateful for Senator Lujan. In a few minutes, we'll force a vote to avert this avoidable crisis. I thank Senator Lujan, I thank him for championing the Keep SNAP and WIC funded act, which will make sure that 42 million Americans don't lose their benefits. It will make sure 7 million moms and babies on WIC aren't left behind. It's simple, it's moral, it's urgent. And if the other side wouldn't block it, I bet you it would pass overwhelmingly. And there's another bill by Senator Hawley, Republican, conservative. I believe it has 11 Republican co-sponsors already. So it's another bill that could pass. It doesn't have WIC, but it does SNAP. Democrats are ready to do what every president in American history has done, except for Trump, avert this problem. We're willing to work with anyone to get this bill on the floor and stop this cruelty. But right now, unfortunately, Senate Republicans, frozen, paralyzed by fear or cynicism, while enabling Trump to use millions of hungry Americans as political hostages. Senate Republicans should let this bill pass, and I yield to Senator Lujan for unanimous consent request.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I rise today to ask my colleagues to pass my Keep SNAP and WIC funded Act of 2025, which has the backing of the entire Democratic caucus, the Democratic members of this Senate. Now, we all know access to food is a human right. It's that simple. And we're all fortunate enough to live in the United States of America, a nation that's rich, it's abundant, a nation that's rich in agricultural tradition, can be abundant in harvest. Now, in a nation blessed with such abundance, allowing our fellow Americans to go hungry is sadly right now a policy decision. I would argue a political decision, not a financial necessity. Now, the Trump administration has yet again made the decision, made the choice to allow our fellow Americans to go hungry. Now, let's be clear. The only way to ensure that SNAP benefits are issued by November 1st is for the Trump administration to release the billions of dollars it has sitting in an account at USDA that Congress appropriated, Democrats and Republicans working together to appropriate, to use for this purpose. As a matter of fact, never in the history of the United States has SNAP been allowed to lapse like this. As a matter of fact, during President Trump's first term, Secretary Perdue, President Trump, they tapped this same fund to allow SNAP benefits to continue to roll. Now, President Trump says that the use of SNAP contingency funds is illegal. Well, here's the document that was taken down from the USDA website that was up just days ago. He decided to take this down, and now even the Speaker of the House is lying to the American people, saying that it's not allowed. President Trump found $40 billion in U.S. taxpayer dollars to send to his political allies in Argentina just last week. But when it comes to feeding our own people here in the United States of America, he refuses to act. Back home in New Mexico, 1 in 5 people rely on SNAP. They aren't strangers. They're neighbors, co-workers, friends, children, people I go to church with. They're the folks we say hello to at the grocery store or at a Little League game. President Trump's refusal to release SNAP funding doesn't just impact New Mexico. States like Louisiana, where Speaker Johnson is from, are facing the same crisis. Louisiana is third on the list of constituents that will be negatively impacted. Now, I've been fortunate enough to visit several food banks across New Mexico and meet with community members who are working around the clock to make sure neighbors have something to eat. To every one of our community members who have stepped up, I want to say thank you, not just across New Mexico, but across America. I am proud to represent a community that takes care of each other when times are tough. shouldn't have to be this way. Since the creation of SNAP, there's never been a lapse. There's never been a lapse in SNAP funding during a government shutdown. The Trump administration has the authority and the funds to keep SNAP running during this shutdown. And don't take my word for it. Look at the USDA's own guidance that they removed from their website that justifies this. Any failure to do so right now falls squarely on the Trump administration and Republicans. We could vote on this today, on this bill or one that Senator Hawley's authored as well that has many Republican colleagues that are co-sponsors to prevent a hunger crisis. This pain does not need to happen. President Trump is choosing to inflict pain on American families by holding meals hostage. That's why I'm leading this legislation to ensure no child, parent, or veteran misses a meal because of the Republican shutdown. It also says that if states, tribal governments are in a position right now to actually fund SNAP programs, that they do get reimbursed, unlike what President Trump has been threatening them that they will not. We cannot stand by and let our neighbors go hungry. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I appreciate everyone that's reached out to my office to have a conversation about this piece of legislation. I hope we can work together, we find a path forward. But I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together to pass this bill now, fund SNAP, fund WIC, before this hunger crisis hits our communities. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of S 3071 introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you. Reserving the right to object, let me just point out, if I might, that we are 29 days into a Democrat shutdown. And the senator from New Mexico was absolutely right. SNAP recipients shouldn't go without food. People should be getting paid in this country. And we've tried to do that 13 times. And you voted no 13 times. This isn't a political game. These are real people's lives that we're talking about. And you all have just figured out, 29 days in, that, oh, there might be some consequences. There are people who run out of money. Yeah, we're 29 days in. And they've done their best to make sure that a lot of these programs are funded. But at some point, the government runs out of money. 13 times, people over here voted to fund SNAP. 13 times they voted to fund WIC. My aching back. Finally realized this thing has consequences. Well, you know what? What Democrats are doing here, they're making plans to keep the shutdown going. And they realize, all of a sudden, 29 days in, that this is a real consequence, real life pain for American families, something that results from their shutdown. So are they making plans to end the shutdown and reopen the government? Nope. They're going to propose a bill to fund food stamps during their shutdown. Mr. President, this request is a transparent admission that Democrats want to keep the shutdown for what? Another month? Longer? This bill is a cynical attempt to provide political cover for Democrats to allow them to carry on their government shutdown for the long term. Now, I'll point out, we did 13 short-term clean CRs when they had the majority and President Biden was in the White House. 13. They've now voted 13 times against a clean CR. I have no idea where you're coming from. The Democrat leader said that President Trump could end this with a stroke of his pen. And he's right. We passed that bill With a stroke of his pen, he'll sign it into law. And the government opens up. And SNAP beneficiaries, SNAP recipients get food assistance. But you know what else? TSA workers get paid. Air traffic controllers get paid. Border Patrol agents get paid. Troops get paid. These people here get paid who are working without pay. You want to extend that and keep that going? Give me a break. So the people who aren't going to get the benefit of what they're trying to do today, Mr. President, are all the other programs that are affected. Head Start, grants to law enforcement to fight fentanyl and hire more cops to protect communities. Rural development programs that are important in my state, Senator from New Mexico State, I assume as well, that support housing, utilities, infrastructure projects in rural communities. Small business loans, certain direct loan and emergency programs that farmers rely on. National Guard training, critical to our nation's military readiness. Veterans transition assistance as they come out of service. Veterans cemetery services. Right now, there are no headstones, memorial certificates, cemetery maintenance, programs that are at risk, rental and housing assistance, delays in processing FHA-insured loans, delays in aircraft inspections and maintenance for air traffic control equipment, people that are currently not getting paid. I mentioned some of them, but air traffic controllers, TSA officers, Capitol Police, the people who protect us in this building, NOAA employees who are tracking hurricanes and other potential weather disruptions, disasters, food inspectors, other food and drug safety officials, mine safety inspectors, people who don't have pay certainty right now, troops, Coast Guard, ICE, Border Patrol, federal law enforcement, federal federal wildland fighters, firefighters, extenders that have lapsed, telehealth and at-home care, community health centers, teaching health centers, special diabetes programs, payments for ambulances, hospital at-home services, other lapsed authorizations, CISA to prevent against cyber attacks, National Flood Insurance Program to prevent closure, on homes in flood zones. That's what you're leaving on the table. The bill at the desk takes care of all of it. Funds SNAP, funds WIC, and yes, with the stroke of the president's pen, he can sign it into law and everybody starts getting paid again. This is got to stop. Hostage taking. Now you want some political cover. How long is this going to go on? How much longer do you want to see it go on? Just out of curiosity. So you think this buys some time. You want the shutdown to go on for another month, and then we're going to have another people come down here and, well, let's carve this out or carve this out. Why don't we just open the government? I've never seen anything like this. I've been here a good amount of time. I've seen continuing resolutions and appropriations problems and funding fights and government shutdowns. I've been through a few. I've never seen anything like this. This just isn't done. You want to have a discussion about health care? Absolutely. Let's do it. Open the government, let's do it. President will sit down with Democrats next week if you want to talk about health care. That's not what this is about. So, Mr. President, we're not going to pick winners and losers. It's time to fund everybody who's experiencing the pain from this shutdown. The Democrats really want to fund SNAP and WIC. I have a bill for them, sitting right there at the desk. Clean, nonpartisan, CR to fund SNAP, WIC, and the entire government. and all the many programs and people that the Democrat SNAP bill completely ignores. Mr. President, Democrats have spent a month now, playing with people's livelihoods because the far left wing of their party won't let them accept a clean, nonpartisan CR. If they want to prevent damage from their shutdown, they can end the shutdown. The bill's right here at the desk. So, Mr. President, I ask that the senator from New Mexico modify his request so that the Senate can proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Mr. President,
The senator from New Mexico.
reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I respect the majority leader, the Republican leader. I see some of his staff in the room as well, people that I've worked with. They know when I work with them and when others don't. But I understand the words that were being used today to spin an argument as to why there should be justification for 40 million people to go hungry. You know, Mr. President, I get in trouble sometimes because I use language from that little farm that I still call home. But I've learned the rules of decorum on this Senate floor, so I won't use them today. But some of the lessons my father taught me early in my life, even after I was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, when he'd leave a shovel by the front door when I'd go home on a weekend, and he'd leave my rubber boots there to make sure I'd put them on, because we're going to go clean the barn. We raise cattle, we raise sheep, we raise all kinds of animals, and after those animals eat, they make something. Some of us use it to fertilize our lands, some people call it manure. I won't refer to it as the language that I usually call it when I'm not on the Senate floor. I also taught it's important to tell people the truth and be honest with the American people. What the good leader left out when he was talking about the number of votes that Republicans voted on under a Democratic president, under a Democratic majority in the Senate and in the House, was that there was not a shutdown. We negotiated. People came to means. As a matter of fact, a lot of my Democratic constituents told me Democrats gave way too much to those Republicans when you were in the majority. Well, when you have to negotiate, when you hold power, when you're in the majority, you meet people. You pull them in. You know how, folks, you know where my office is. You all have heard me talk about the late Governor Bruce King, cattle farmer out in New Mexico. He used to tell us when people can't figure out what's going on, you lock them up in a barn and you don't let them out until they figure out how to get along. Well, if we don't got a barn, maybe they've got an office around here to sit some people. And there's a White House. It's easy to get in. There's a big hole in it. Invite some people over there to sit down. President Trump said not long ago that if there's a shutdown, it's up to presidents to bring people together to prevent it. And if there's a shutdown, it does not bode well for the President of the United States of America. He's absolutely right. It's not just a Democratic bill to fund SNAP that's on the floor today. There's a pending bill that has been introduced into the United States Senate that has 11 Republicans that are co-signers, including the Republican who authored it, a colleague out of Missouri. He does not want his folks to go hungry, and he's saying, enough of this nonsense. Let's have a bill on the floor. Give him a UC. If you don't want to give the Democratic bill a unanimous consent, give the Republican-authored bill the unanimous consent. I'm a co-sponsor of that one, too, because I'm willing to work with folks. You all know that. You all know that. Look, days before Americans start receiving notices that health care premiums are about to skyrocket as the Trump administration moves to cut off SNAP benefits, This dysfunction is what the American people have come to expect from Republican majorities in the Congress and the White House. And look, I appreciate my colleague saying the blame is on our side of the aisle. We're in the majority. Oh, not yet. Maybe soon. We're in the minority. With power comes responsibility. Republicans are in the majority in the Senate. Fact. Republicans are in the majority in the House of Representatives. Fact. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is a Republican. Fact. Cannot be refuted. They're in charge. The American people know that. So, Mr. President, just as a reminder, SNAP has never not been funded when there have been shutdowns in the past, including President Donald Trump's first term. And even under President Trump's second term, he tapped $1 billion of the $6 billion to pay for staff to administer SNAP. They did it. Now they want to take down policy from a website that says that they can justify doing this, showing the law. That's the nonsense. That's the garbage the American people are tired of, the political this, the political jostling, all of that. We got people that are going to go hungry. This has never happened before, y'all. There's a better way to do this. So, Mr. President, in response to the request from the majority leader, the Republican leader, on behalf of constituents from South Dakota, constituents from New Mexico that do not, so that I'm clear, sometimes people confuse my New Mexico accent, that do not want to see their health premiums double and triple and bankrupt them, and some people that can't afford to get insurance won't be as lucky as me, where I survived a stroke 3 years ago. By the way, this is what a stroke survivor looks like. If you get access to a doctor, you don't have to worry about going bankrupt because you can't pay the bills. This is what you can look like. You can get better. And in America, we should strive for that. So again, on behalf of constituents from South Dakota that do not want to see health premiums double and triple, on behalf of my New Mexico constituents that do not want to see health premiums double or triple, I will not modify my request.
The objection to the modification is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Mr. President,
the majority leader.
I regret the fact that the Senator from New Mexico and his Democrat colleagues are unwilling to modify his request to include keeping the government open. And I would say, rhetorical question to my colleague from New Mexico, if the government reopens, do SNAP beneficiaries get paid? Yeah, right? So do WIC beneficiaries. Veterans, low-income elderly people, people who need this assistance. It's not like you're doing anything here that isn't accomplished by reopening the government and paying everybody else. And you guys know that. There are a lot of people today who aren't getting paid. Last Friday, federal employees didn't get paid for the first time. Yesterday, air traffic controllers didn't get paid for the first time. And it only worsens over time. And so I would be more than willing, and have said this multiple times, as you all know, to sit down, get a group together, talk about health care. We think that Obamacare, and particularly the enhanced subsidies, are desperately in need of reform. There's no income cap. There's no asset test. People are making $500,000 to $600,000 a year and getting subsidies from the federal government for their health care. There are $0 premiums. There are millions of Americans who don't even know they have coverage. Because the way that program is structured, the payments go directly to the insurance companies. So insurance companies are out there auto-enrolling people and making bank. A lot of people don't even know that they have insurance coverage. So this program is desperately in need of reform. The waste, fraud, and abuse in this program is kind of gotten to an epic level, because if you look at what's happened since 2013 when the exchanges went online, insurance premiums in the individual marketplace on the exchanges have gone up 221%. I mean, you tell me any place else in the economy that goes up 221% in that amount of time. It's going up double digits every year. In the employer market, it would be 6 to 7%. So it's a program that's fundamentally in need of change and reform. It's unsustainable and it's unaffordable. And to give you an example of that, doing the very thing you're talking about, which is included in your bill, which was offered as an alternative to the Republican proposal, the clean Republican proposal that simply opens the government, the proposal included in your bill is a $400 billion item, cost to the taxpayers. And so we're willing to sit down and see, and I've said on behalf of the president as well, that he's willing to sit down and talk about how we can reform and make health care in this country more affordable and less inflationary. Because this program is inflationary. It's going up every year. Now, you all are going to blame the doing away with the Biden bonus payments in that legislation for the increase. But the fact of the matter is that'll be a very small part of that because of the way the program is structured in the first place. There is no incentive to constrain or control costs. So let's have that conversation. I've said that. We can sit down and do it. But as many of you have said, and there are quotes out there from all of you, in previous shutdowns or when there's fights over a continuing resolution, that you can't negotiate when you have a gun to your head. The Democrat leader said that. And so let's get beyond this silliness and fund the government and make sure that SNAP recipients and WIC recipients and recipients of other government programs, which I mentioned, and it's a long list, which isn't covered by your bill, by the way, that those people and those programs also get taken care of. We have a chance to do that. And we actually have a chance, I think, to have a normal appropriations process where we move bills across the floor, open them up to the amendment process, something that hasn't been done here in a while. We can do that. I want to start now. But it starts when we open up the government. So let's just do what normal people would do. And Senator from New Mexico's right. I represent a lot of hardworking Americans, farmers, ranchers, small business people, school teachers, educators. My dad and mom were educators. And I just think that there are a lot of people out there who look at this and say, this doesn't make any sense to me. If they want to talk about health care, then let's do that. But why take the federal government hostage and every federal employee, including everybody in this room that's not getting paid, that isn't covered by the bill that you're putting forward? The bill that does cover everybody is the one right there, which we've now voted on 13 times. Just a few of you decide to vote differently. Let's get on appropriations bills, start funding the government the old-fashioned way. I'm for that. I think everybody over here is up for that. I know the chair of our appropriations committee, Susan Collins, and most of the appropriators on the committee have worked together in a constructive way, in a bipartisan way, to get bills to the floor that we can consider. But so far, everything we've tried to do here, at least in the last few weeks, has been blocked, including get on the defense appropriations bill and go into conference on 3 bills we've already passed. So, Mr. President, as much as I appreciate what the senator from New Mexico is trying to do here, and I don't question his intentions, I think he is sincere, but I also think that this is missing the larger point here, and that is this government is closed. And what you're trying to do and accomplish here is make it harder, not easier, to get the government opened up again and to make sure everybody else gets paid. So, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
The senator from New Mexico for coming out here and making it very clear who we are fighting for. And it really is Americans across this country who are seeing their costs skyrocket across the board. And as Democrats, we want to make sure that, yes, they are paid, but they also have the ability to get their health care. I heard the majority leader just now say they're not going to operate with a gun to their head. I would say to the majority party that the gun to the head is to all these people who are opening up their health care notices this week and finding out that their costs are skyrocketing. Why? Because what the Republicans have said, and just said again, is that they want to talk about it. Talk about it is going to do absolutely nothing for those people who are getting those bills and those payments today. So I wanted to come to the floor today and talk about that. And I would say to my Republican colleagues, yeah, we all want to have bipartisan bills. We want to work on bipartisan appropriations. But what we have in front of us is a CR that is partisan, that says do it my way or the highway and do not discuss the priorities of the Democrats. When you are asking us for votes, when you are asking for Democratic votes, you can't just demand whatever you want and say, if you don't do it, then we're going to sit here, which is what the Republicans have done. I would ask the Republican leader, as I've done so many times, talk to the Democratic leader, bring the president in the room. I have been here many, many times when we have had to find a way out of a challenging situation. And you know who's always been at the table? The president, the majority leader, and the Speaker of the House and the minority leaders on both sides of the aisle. And that has not happened yet. And that's why we are sitting where we are, where today my constituents who are hurting are saying to me, where are the Republicans and why are they not talking to you about how we solve this issue? The majority leader said, well, if there's problems with it, it's, covers everything. They could have done this months ago, and they say, oh, now we can open up government and we'll talk about it. What does talk about it to my constituents? Because, Mr. President, last week, window shopping for next year's health plans actually started in my home state. And this week, open enrollment begins nationwide. I am hearing from families in my state today who are panicked because while Republicans are refusing to act on this and just saying they're going to talk about it, their premiums, those families' premiums are going through the roof and their health care coverage is slipping out of reach. There are so many stories. I have talked with small business owners. I have talked to patients, and I've talked to parents, and I've lifted up their concerns here on the Senate floor. And I'm going to keep doing everything I can to shout out these stories from the rooftops, because right now Republicans are doing everything they can to ignore this and to say, deal with it later. And what is later? Well, later never comes. Why do I know that? Because we brought up this issue time and time again throughout the summer when the Republicans were giving away tax breaks to billionaires and saying this is an issue that is confronting us. And it was later then, it's later now, and later is way too late. There are many stories, Mr. President, about this, too awful to ignore. And there are millions of families that are facing absolutely catastrophic price increases. I have heard from seniors whose premiums are increasing eightfold. So, Mr. President, in order to make the scope and scale of the problem that Republicans want to ignore and talk about later, I thought I would share a list, just the top lines, of what I am hearing from my constituents about how their health care costs are going to skyrocket. And if Republicans refuse to work with us or even talk to us about this issue, and help us find a solution so we can all move on by saving the health care tax credits, I'm going to share some of those stories today. There's Kathleen. She lives in Bellingham. Now, if Republicans refuse to act, she is going to see her monthly premium triple. Sharon, Thurston County in my state. If Republicans refuse to act, her premium is going to double, increasing by over $100 a month. And we're just getting started, because if Republicans refuse to act, Annette in Tumwater, Stasha, and Seattle are both going to see their premiums increase by $400 a month, not a year, a month. If Republicans refuse to act, Leslie's husband in Brewster is going to see his premium increase by $780 a month. Tom will see his premium increase by over $800 a month. Jennifer will see her premium go up by at least $890 a month. And I have to emphasize, we are talking about families, seniors, small business owners, people who cannot afford that kind of increase. And yet, if Republicans refuse to act, Jason in Seattle is going to see his premium increase by over $900 a month. Maya in Woodinville, $1,000 more a month. I can't even imagine that. But if you think that's outrageous, well, Republicans don't think it's worth talking about, or talking about it later when it's way too late, or pretending that they're going to do something about it, but not really. Talk about a gun to their head. If we do not act, Diana Wenatchee is going to see her premium increase by over $1,400 a month. Leanne told me that $1,500 a month her premium will increase. Terry, $1,600 a month increase. And the Banerjee family told me they're going to see their premium go up by more than $1,600 every single month. The Republican plan, talk about it, do nothing. Mr. President, for all of us who've been here, we've been waiting for the plan for a long time and I've never seen it. Never seen it. It's always just a plan. Rebecca in Seattle will see her premium increase by more than $1,700 a month. And by the way, that plan is not in writing. It's a thought in somebody's head that has never been told to anybody. So what do we have here today? Republican silence. James and his wife are going to see their premium go up by a completely unreasonable $1,800 a month. Damien said his are going to go up $2,000 a month. Why? Because Republicans are refusing to act. That is who we are fighting for here today. Now, I could go on and on, but those cases I just told you about all came from Washington State. That is a drop in the bucket. There are several million more examples just like this in red states across the country. Bob in Idaho told me his premium will jump by nearly $1,900 a month. Nancy in Florida, $1,000 a month. Sherry in Tennessee will see her monthly cost go from $10 to $11.40. I mean, we could do this all day, and yet Republicans can't be bothered to do it at all. These are their constituents. 4 million people in Texas rely on these tax credits. Republicans don't want to save over 4 million in Florida. And the increases they're going to face is unthinkable. In 5 states, all red states, families who rely on these tax credits are going to see prices more than quadruple. That is on average. It is unthinkable, it's unconscionable, and totally untethered from reality for Republican leaders to think they could just ignore this tsunami or this price hike. So I say to my Republican friends, you got to get your heads out of the sand. This is a real problem for families. Later is way too late, and I don't think it exists. Mr. President, the majority leader just said that families don't know that they get this. There's something wrong with that. They find out that their health care, that they are being helped by their neighbors and their friends and the people in this country who say it's important for all of us to make sure our health care premiums are lowered. I would say to my Republican colleagues, listen to your constituents. It's their health. It's their lives. They're telling you that. They want action. Open enrollment for this country starts Saturday. The time to act is now. So I hope they start listening. Please join us at a negotiating table, not out here on the floor just throwing things around. Join us. Majority leader can call the minority leader and the president and get them in the room, which is what we always do when we have a challenge in front of us, and that has not happened. And that is unconscionable because people in this country are hurting. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Vermont.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate execute the order of October 7th in relationship to SJ Res 77.
Without objection, under the previous order, the Committee on Finance is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the consideration of SJ Res 77, which the clerk will report.
SJ Res 77, joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose duties on articles imported from Canada.
Mr. President,
The senator from Vermont.
I want to speak on 2 topics, one after the other, healthcare and then tariffs. Mr. President, open enrollment will begin across the country
on Saturday. And many have already received notice of new sky-high premiums, including, by the way, that notices that went out to my fellow Vermonters. And many across the country will log onto the marketplace on Saturday. And this is a scary day for them because they'll be checking to see what it will cost them next year to purchase the same health care that they have this year. 24 million Americans are going to be doing that this Saturday. Folks across the country are going to get some bad news, that without the tax credits that are in place now and are set to expire by the end of the year, their health care premiums are going to double, triple, and in some cases quadruple, and even worse. You know, what Vermonters are finding, our website went up on October 15th, is truly a shocking increase in premiums, and it's not affordable. And by the way, these are folks, some of whom voted for Trump, some of whom didn't, but all of whom deeply care about their families and their small businesses and their farms. I'll give you an example. A family of four making $130,000 a year, a very good income in Vermont, would have paid $1,200 a month in 2025. Next year, they're going to have to pay $3,035. That's a $22,000 increase. A family of four making about $64,000 a year is going to pay 920% more for health care premiums. And obviously, that is going to mean they have to decide whether they're going to go without or somehow, some way, try to find a way to pay that, which they really won't be able to do. You know, let me give some stories, just to make it very concrete about Vermonters. A woman named Sarah, she's going to see her premium go from $217 a month to $1,200 a month. This is a person who's 63, self-employed, and might have to go without health care for the first time in her life. Kara, also self-employed, has had the same income for 20 years, really scraping by. She pays about $100 a month for health care through the marketplace. Her premium goes up to $1,200. Erica, she's paying $1,166 for her family. The deductible for her family of three is $15,000, so this is barely insurance. Erica and her family make this premium work somehow, but I'm sure it's not easy. Without the tax credits, her monthly premium goes to $2,650. Maria and her husband, they run a small food business in Vermont. He spends half the year fishing in Alaska. They pay just under $240 a month, but they're looking at $1,740 per month unless the Senate acts. And that's for a bronze plan, which is, Mr. President, is the lowest level plan. And they will be paying about $21,000 per year with a deductible of $7,700 per person. So the examples I gave of Vermonters are going to be true in Indiana. They're going to be true in Louisiana. They're going to be true all across the country. And we've been having this debate about a shutdown. But what we haven't been having is a negotiation about how to protect families from a rate shock that they can't afford. It means they're really going to lose health care. So, Mr. President, I do urge us, and I urge the President, to act aggressively to resolve this. It will help folks, whether they are in a red state, a blue state, whether they identify as a Republican or Democrat and an independent. It just doesn't matter, but we've got a health care system that is too expensive, beyond reach, and it's crippling to our small businesses, our farmers, and our families. Mr. President, I want to address another topic, and that's the topic of tariffs. They are doing incredible harm to our economy in Vermont. In my view, they're doing long-term damage to our economy here in the United States. I want to commend my colleagues, Senator Paul, Senator Kaine, and others, Senator Shaheen, Ranking Member Wyden, Ranking Member Shaheen, and Leader Schumer for sponsoring the bipartisan legislation we voted on yesterday, suspending the
emergency authority on which the president was acting to impose a tariff on Brazil, a country, by the way, with whom we have a trade surplus. We're 9 months into this trade war with tariffs at the forefront. And it's a war with Canada. It sort of started with them. That's a big deal for Vermont. We're a border state, but it's a big deal for all of our states because Vermont is one of 34 states whose major trading partner is Canada. For Vermont, Canada's been our largest export market and the largest source of imports. Trade with Canada accounted for 35% of our state exports and 67% of Vermont's imports and 56% of its total trade. And we've got small businesses now that are really struggling to keep their lights on. And we've got farmers across the country, but also farmers in Vermont who are incredibly worried about whether they're going to be able to make it into the next harvest. We've had a drought, we had early floods, and now we have these tariffs that are increasing the input cost. And I know, Mr. President, as a senator from Indiana, you're very sensitive to the challenges that our agricultural economy, our farmers face. But as things were bumping along, then President Trump just recently announced an additional 10% tariff on Canada, which already had a 35% effective rate. And we don't even know what that applies to. Is that 10% on top of 35%, or is it on specific products? And of course, all of that was done because the president was irritated about an ad that was run apparently by the province of Ontario that was quoting a speech that President Reagan made some years ago about how destructive tariffs are. So maybe that does irritate the president, but the constant changing of what a tariff is from day to day creates havoc for our businesses that are trying to plan and control their expenses and deal with all the other uncertainties that they face. You know, these tariffs are hurting our farmers. Just think about this. Fertilizers, those costs are up 16%, in some cases 39%. The effective rate on tractors and other farming machinery is 16% and 13%, respectively. We've also had, as a result of the tariffs that are seen by our trading partner in Canada, that was the participant in the U.S.-Mexico-Canadian trade agreement, negotiated, by the way, by President Trump in an agreement that he bragged about as being really effective and the best trade agreement. That's getting ripped up in many ways. And then when you add to it the insults that were hurled at Canada, the 51st state, the governor of Canada, it's had a catastrophic impact on the tourism that Vermont has depended on from our Canadian neighbors with whom we have enormous respect. That's not just true for Vermont. New Hampshire, Maine, Montana are seeing an incredible drop in tourism that's related to this tariff battle and the rhetoric associated with it. Also, in Vermont, just as in Indiana, our small businesses are really a big deal. And I'm hearing from them. I'm hearing from bed and breakfasts, motels, brewers and distillers, any industry. I'll give a few stories. Pardon me, a few quotes. Simon Perkins at Orvis in Manchester. The reality is that in a rapidly changing tariff environment, one that's forced on companies too quickly, it's really hard for business to respond quick enough to make it work. Orvis, which was founded in 1856, pardon me, announced the closure of 31 stores and 5 outlet locations by 2026. And Orvis had to lay off 50 employees, citing tariffs. Another business, Peter Case at Barrow Sports in Brattleboro. We love what we do when it's under attack. For 90 years, Barrow Sports has proudly served Brattleboro, growing with our community through good times and hard ones. Today, economic pressures, rising costs, and shrinking margins are testing small local businesses like never before. Jim Hall, Vermont Country Store. This is the lull before the storm. Do they realize this is a tax on Christmas? These tariffs are a tax. They're paid for by our businesses. They disrupt our businesses. They are passed on to consumers. And it is nothing but downside, especially when you add to the fact that these tariffs are a tax. They're imposed and implemented in a totally arbitrary way, where a person who's running a business has to contend with all the uncertainties of a volatile marketplace, has to deal with the constant uncertainties that are the result of ever-changing tariff policy. Mr. President, I urge all of us in the Senate to reassert our own authority under Article 1, which gives to the Congress the power to tax, the power to impose tariffs or not, and to not have us continue to relinquish the authority and responsibility we have as the United States Senate to an executive. This is our responsibility. And part of that reason is because we are close to people who are affected by these policies. And it is a shirking of responsibility for the United States Senate to essentially cede that authority to a president. And particularly when we're seeing in every single state the harmful impacts on folks in our states, businesses in our states, farmers and ranchers in our states that are working hard to try to pull things together and keep their businesses going, our economy going, and contributing to the well-being of our country. Mr. President, I call on the President to reconsider what these tariffs are doing. I call on our United States Senate to reassert its authority and be the decider of what tariff policy shall be in this country. I yield back.
sought records relating to communications with media companies such as CBS, Fox News, Fox Business, Newsmax, Sinclair, and others. Other subpoenas to obey individual or business sought records relating to White House advisors Stephen Miller, Dan Scavino, Jared Kushner, and Lara Trump. Some subpoenas to individuals and businesses sought statistical data and analysis relating to donors and fundraising efforts. Plus was the vehicle by which FBI agents and DOJ prosecutors could improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. Contrary to what Smith has said publicly, this was clearly a fishing expedition. If this had happened to Democrats, they'd be as rightly outraged as we are outraged. We're making these records public in the interest of transparency and so that the American people can draw their own conclusions. So it's done.
Thank you, Chairman Grasso. I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank his staff for their tenacity and their cooperation in all of our joint investigations. I think it's important to note that the records that we are now making public in the pursuit of transparency were not obtained from the agency. They were obtained through a whistleblower. And my first point is we need more whistleblowers. We need people that are inside these agencies and integrity. We want to see the integrity and credibility of the Department of Justice and of the FBI restored more records. Because right now the Department of Justice are overwhelmed by all the mess they're trying to clean up. The agencies have been, lost a lot of personnel. People simply couldn't serve the truck administration. It's hard to hire people because of all the lawfare. And there's still partisan actors burrowed in, trying to sabotage their efforts. So we need whistleblowers. The reason they come forward to Chairman Grasso is because he's been such a champion of whistleblowers. So again, I thank him for that. What is revealed in those 1,700 pages of documents, in those 197 subpoenas, is nothing short of a Biden administration enemies list. What is revealed in those was nothing short of a Biden administration enemies list. I'm old enough to understand how toxic a term that was under Richard Nixon. This is far worse, orders of magnitude worse. People need to understand how politicized the Biden administration turned all of his agencies. And again, the best way to describe President Biden's attitude is we thought basically half America were domestic terrorists. In September 2022, in front of Independence Hall, he said Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. A year later in New York City, Donald Trump is MAGA Republicans. To take control of these agencies. Single-handedly want to get a special 2-year investigation followed with no result, no evidence of any legal violation. But I can't think of any greater evidence of weaponization. In fact, as you heard from Senator Bransford, Senator Johnson, this extended far beyond President Trump. It extended to President Trump's responsibility to the incident. Not only here in the United States Senate, but more broadly. Jack Smith did not act alone. Okay. Have fun. Bye. Jack Smith was a fundamentally corrupt prosecutor. This was a political enemies list from the beginning. 197 subpoenas with 430 Republican entities and individuals. That is an absolute and egregious abuse of power. The Biden Justice Department signed off on issuing subpoenas for phone records. Probably RFK. I don't know if you should count. I don't even know why they're talking about something that doesn't matter. Like, close over here. So here's what I'm thinking about. If Trump had not run in 2020, what I want to explain to the people of the country is that within several days of him announcing I'm going to seek the White House again, an avalanche began to form. And I really do believe that none of this would have been. But once he announced, I'll have my own chart one day, and we'll show you what happened within about 8 months of announcing he had 91 felony charges. So here's what I think. That when he said he wanted to have a everything started. And in their effort to destroy him, there were no boundaries. The goal was to stop Trump and to look at anything and everything that would stop Trump and ignore the Constitution. I was the chairman of the Judiciary. I don't know about you, but I'm offended that where I was at when I called somebody who knew I called them where they were at. It's not their damn business. I have a constitutional duty through the 2020 election. I don't think the 2020 election bothered anybody until Trump decided to run in 2024. So what I want to do is pursue what happened system-wide. Was there contact between Jack Smith and Fannie Willis? Oh, my God. I guess.
Hey, Dan, I got you. Sure, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, air traffic controllers there are some 11,000 air traffic controllers who missed their first full paycheck this week. Who's anchoring? Oh, okay, cool. Jonathan. Let me write that down, just in case. Thank you. Jonathan, the fighting in Washington is growing more contentious as the government shutdown quickly approaches the longest in U.S. history. Jonathan, the fighting in Washington is growing more contentious as the government shutdown quickly approaches the longest in U.S. history. And from a nonpartisan player in all of this, the Congressional Budget Office today said the government shutdown will cost the overall economy somewhere between $7 and $14 billion.